Hello everyone and welcome to today's live stream. Today we're going to fly from Zurich to Copenhagen and then on to Munich. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a Boeing 737 pilot, and since I got a couple of comments that I didn't say it in yesterday's stream, I'm also a member of the PMDG tech team. And I have to shut down my own video in my browser. Okay, there we go. So, let's start off where we left off yesterday. I've just recently gotten the Fenix A320 and this is going to be my second and third flight on it. My preparation for this consists in looking at some of the Airbus SOP documents and stuff, but I'm not a professional Airbus pilot. I'm a 737 pilot, a Boeing pilot, and therefore, of course, you will not see me operating the airplane 100% perfectly. But that's totally fine and expected. So I also want to say a little bit about some of the comments I've got under yesterday's video and on some of the comments after the video got published on my channel. And that is, some people said like I would treat it unfair, and since I am a PMDG tech team member I would not give it a fair review and say that it's worse than it actually is. Now, some of you saying that I will probably be biased might probably be right with that. Even though I try to approach it from my perspective as a flight simmer with like 12 or 13 years of experience, I do have to say that of course I will be a little bit biased, and my expectations on the Fenix are really high because of all the hype that it got and all the adverts that Fenix did. So I'm expecting a lot of this aircraft, and I am going to point out when there's something that I don't really like. That got nothing to do with trying to make it worse than it actually is, because based on yesterday's video it is a very good aircraft, at least from my first impression. But nonetheless, I just want to be 100% sure that you guys understand from which perspective I'm doing these videos. So, final word on that, since I'm a member of PMDG's tech team, that I said in all my 737 videos does seem to play a role for some, then let me just add that all that I'm doing as a PMDG tech team member is to tell them, guys, your airplane is doing that and that, the real airplane is doing it that way, and suggesting some advice to the developers. But I am not paid by PMDG, I'm not employed by PMDG, and I don't receive any money from PMDG. So that's the perspective from which I'm approaching the Fenix A320. I hope that sets some of the opinions that I got in some of the videos comments right. And with that said, let's approach our flights today. Alright, so much of me talking. How many minutes did I talk now? Probably too many. So let's actually hop into the flight deck and see where we can get this going today. As always, in most of my videos I'll try to focus the stream on actually flying the airplane and only do all the talking and answering questions from the comments as a second priority. No, let me just reset my simulator time, I think. Yeah, re-import that. Yes, please. So let's see then what we're expecting. Copenhagen, we're flying to Copenhagen on the VATSIM overload event, so I'm expecting quite a bit of traffic. The weather is pretty fine at both Copenhagen and Charlton and Malmö. And I'll spare you guys the NOTAMs. So we're looking at 6.3 tons of fuel. Let's, since we're on an overload, let's take maybe... Yeah, we'll go for it. We'll take 15 minutes extra, so plus 600 kilos, so round that up 7 tons of fuel that we're looking for. So as I've said on my earlier videos, or rather on my first video of the Fenix A320, I am just doing my very first flights with them. I have still not found the manual, even though I have to admit that I haven't searched for it today. So yeah, if you see me doing stuff that's probably not 100% right, then don't be surprised about it, because it probably isn't 100% right. As said, I'm not an Airbus pilot, I don't claim to be one. So where could I get that information on how long it's going to take? Ew, that's nice. Haven't seen this before. Okay. So, load aircraft. Oh, my thrust levers just slightly seem to be acting up again. Does anybody else have that with the Thrustmaster Boeing thrust levers, that when you restart a computer they are usually stuck in some position? Then you just need to disconnect them and reconnect them? So, let's have a look. A320, CFM56, and the database is current. So, let's see real quick. Add to AOC menu, flight initialization, request. And here we are, that looks like our flight. So let's see, they have not started. Now it's asking me. Okay, let's actually do that in fast because we want to go. Yeah, there we go. Very good. So, what have I been looking for? The arrival. We are coming from Monarch. Okay, I do seem to remember that. So, Monarch to Foxtrot and Novaya. Insert. Okay, I think this is mainly it already, so let's see, is ATC online already? Yeah, they are. Very good. So 121625 for the clearance. Do they have an ATIS? No, none yet. We'll just give them a call on voice. I gotta correct myself, 121925. Zurich delivery, good evening. Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee. No ATIS available. Request IFR clearance to Copenhagen.
Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, thanks for the information. Information Whiskey was last current. You are cleared to Copenhagen out of runway 32 via the Degas 5 Lima departure. Initial climb 5,000 feet, squawk 6701.
Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee is cleared to Copenhagen via the runway 32 Degas 5 Lima departure. Climb 5,000 feet, squawk 6701.
Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, read back correct, and be advised you're a bit broken, so please check the microphone again.
Yeah, that seems to be the case on the whole network all day long already, so not 100% sure that I can do something about it.
That's copy, thanks.
Okay, so
8900, request
5,6701.
Swiss 8900 for startup, please contact tower 118.1, train of loop. 1181, maximum miles an hour, accept out, Swiss 8900.
So, different runway than expected, but that shall not be a problem. It's going to be runway 32 on the Degas. Do you say 5 Lima? Yeah. Degas 5 Lima, perfect. So, let's have a quick look at that. So, import route from SimBrief. Here we go. Departure. We'll look at the on-off straight away, and we are looking for Degas 5 Lima. Here it is. And then, of course, ground shot. That seems to be it. Runway 32 is over here, so that should be all we need. So let's go for the departure briefing then. We are in an A320. The aircraft is in a good condition. We have no NOTAMs, and the weather is good as well. Let's have a quick look into here then. So we've got Zurich to Copenhagen, Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, flight level 370. For the routing, let's start with the taxi route. So we are parked on the stands up here. Dock Alpha, we'll push with the nose to the left, and then most likely via Inner and Kilo, crossing and Hotel 3, runway 32 for the departure. Degas 5 Lima on-off departure is on a chart over here. So that's on the runway track 327 to Zulu Hotel 580 above 3,500. That's 327 Zulu Hotel 580 above 3,500. Then left turn 241 inbound waypoint 569. 241 569. Then left Zulu Hotel 568, max 210 above 5000. 568, 220 above 5000. Then 087, 4.8, waypoint 501. 087, 5 miles, 501. And then from there on, we take it to Momol above level 80, Kolol, Momol above 80. Kolol 504, 525 Diggers. And we can take the discontinuity out. Okay, so what else do we have here? When instructed, contact Zurich departure, transition altitude 7000. Where did I find that again in the Airbus? Oh yeah, performance. Transition 7000. And turn speed limits must be adhered to during turn even after a direct to clearance. Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind since the airplane might accelerate by itself. Initial ground clearance 5000, which is the same we've got from ATC. Okay, so that should be mostly it. Let's see, they have an ATIS as well now, which is Information Whiskey. QNH 1021 is the most important thing for us right now. Alright. So, refueling is complete. Seatbelts can go on. And how long does the APU flap take to open? Well, here it is. Okay, we do have a company message here. Load sheet. So let's do a little bit of performance then. So we've got 7 tons of fuel on board. And this one says 0 fuel weight. Ah, it's preliminary actually. Okay. Yeah, we can accept the prelim. But we still have to wait for the actual one. Okay, in that case we just gotta wait a little bit longer, but it should be available any moment. In the meantime, let's prepare our takeoff performance. Oh, no settings. Departure performance. Zurich, runway 32, it's dry. We'll take optimum flap config, we don't force toga. Anti-ice off, packs off. Can synchronize live weather, that's a pretty nice feature. View intersection data. Yeah, we'll take Hotel 2. So all we need now is the takeoff weight. Let's see what we have in the preliminary here. 66,133. So 66.2. So now it's calculating flaps 1. Saw a couple of people who asking about it in the comments as well, like, why did you do flap 2 takeoff? The answer is because that's the optimum the OPT gave me. I'm not 100% into Airbus flap departure philosophy, but what I do know is that, for example, Swiss is defaulting to flaps 2 in order to serve as a tail strike prevention measure, just like my 737 operator is also defaulting to flaps 5 instead of flaps 1 for the takeoff. Alright, so that's in. We've got some APU bleed, now all we need is the load sheet. Let's see, can we expedite that a little? Let's see, resend load sheet. Yeah, there it is, very good. Okay, so 0 fuel, 59.9.
Afternoon, AC 118 Bravo 34. Information whiskey.
Zero fuel weight CG 31.2. Give me a takeoff weight of 66.7.
Information whiskey correct.
66.7. Accept.
Munich via the
GPS primary, that checks. Okay, so 66.7 and 29.4.
Clear to Munich, runway 32, initially 5,000 feet, squawk 6724, Takeoff 5, Lima departure radio. Correction, easy 118. Easy 118, 3 banks, correct.
Alright, calculate.
Easy 118, 3 port ready for startup.
So that's giving me flap 1, down trim point 2. Flex temperature 64 degrees. And takeoff speeds 44, 44, 47.
Zurich delivery driving 7.
So that's about it.
Whiskey request, I got you ready to Munich.
Private wings 77, Zurich delivery, hello, information.
Okay, before start checklist down to the line. Gear pins covers removed, signs on, auto, ADIRS, nav, fuel quantity 6,990 kilos, altimeters 1021. Before start checks complete down to the line.
Private wing 77, read back correct, report ready for startup.
Next report ready for startup, private wing 77.
Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, request startup.
Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee for startup, contact apron 121.75. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
121.75, Berlin 5, correction 47 X-ray Yankee, bye-bye. Zurich apron, guten Abend, Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, requesting pushback and startup.
Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, pressure.
So let's see, I've downloaded this pushback helper tool in order to do my pushbacks, but first time I'm using it, so let's see how that's going to work out.
Arriving in traffic, stand by about 2 minutes.
Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, roger.
Good afternoon, easy 118, Sun Bravo 34, ready for push stop.
Alright, so we gotta wait a little bit, that's fine. Let's see, probably that Star Alliance one coming in and the Scandinavian going out. And the Easy. Yep, I see. So let's connect that tug. As said, I've never used the pushback helper before, so that might be an interesting pushback. And I see we've still got the GPU connected. I kind of thought it would have removed that automatically, but doesn't seem like it. So let's see, the chucks can go, and we're on APU, so the GPU can go as well. So, why is the tuck not connected yet? That should hopefully happen now. but for some reason it doesn't. Does it now? No. Ah, does the Fenix have a function for it? It's probably the answer. Ah, here we are. Or not. Why is that tuck continuously disconnecting? Does anybody of you in the comments know about it? Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, push start proof facing east. Okay, before start checklist below the line, windows doors. Closed, beacon, on, park and brake, set. Before start checklist complete. Let's release park and brake, see what happens now. So. Oh, well, it works. That shall be fine. I don't care about the visual model for now. Well, also I thought. Let's get this going once again. So facing east is the nose to the left. So that tuck is continuously disconnecting, but we'll get there eventually. A little bit annoying for today's stream, but so be it. Okay, start engine number 2. It's interesting, I don't quite get why the tuck is continuously disconnecting here. Seems like something is commanding the disconnect, but I don't know what. We have to arm the doors first, maybe?
Alpha, contact tower 118.1.
Okay, starting 1, and we'll just take it from here then. So be it.
Zurich apron, right wing 77, stands Delta 03, request out.
And one more, come on. A little annoying, but
right wing 77.
it's probably me doing something wrong with that.
Delta, stand by for the pushback, taking easy to your right, pushing back. So we are clear for startup, driving 77. Okay, before straight out, straight taxi out. Straight taxi out and clear for startup, driving 77. Request type CC11.
Alright, so flight controls, up, down, neutral, left, right, neutral, and the rudders. Left, right, neutral. So let's go on with the after start checklist. NTIs, off, ecam status. Pack 2 checked, and trim is 29% set and 0. After start checks complete.
Hello, ground KLM 93 Alpha holding before taxiway Echo at Echo 7 with gate Bravo 31. KLM 93 Alpha, Rochester, Bravo 31 available, taxiway November. Taxiway November, KLM 93 Alpha.
Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, request taxi.
Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, taxi via Inner Kilo, short Pacific. Short runway 28.
Berlin 473 Yankee, taxi by inner and kilo and hold short of intersection kilo. Okay, so we're clear on the left, clear on the right, and the routing is pretty much as expected. Inner, kilo, hold short kilo. Okay. Brake check. Pressure 0. The maximum deflection of the tiller is really nice in this. This feels like if the A320 tiller is anything similar to the 738 tiller, then this certainly feels very correct. Now, I don't know if it is, but nose wheel is at an approximately same distance from the 737, so I would guess that it probably is somewhere similar, and if it is, then it's feeling great.
Okay, let's take sense Bravo 43 via Echo November 320.
Text descent Bravo 43 via Echo November, Aberdeen 689.
Targeting 77, request taxi.
So that's kilo in here.
Via Echo, link 1, Foxtrot, Alpha to reporting section 0. Taxi via Echo, link 1, Foxtrot, Alpha and intersection Kilo, driving 77 and holding short runway 28. Yankee, contact tower 19, no 1 for the crossing.
118.1, Berlin 473 Yankee, see you. Zurich Tower Low, Berlin 473 Yankee.
Two days at one, ship to confirm if you want to cancel with 2950 feet and 9 knots, runway 336 for takeoff. And the other station call, please say call sign only.
Berlin 473 Yankee.
Evelyn 473 Yankee, Zurich Tower, a lovely afternoon to you. 1 kilo cross runway 28, taxi by kilo to holding point runway 32.
Berlin 473 Yankee, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Via Kilo, cross runway 28 and via Kilo, taxi holding point runway 32. Okay, so Kilo holding point 32, straight ahead.
Zurich 8 to Uniform Bravo, request taxi.
Zeroing 8 to Uniform Bravo, contact apron on 121.750.
So then let's do the before takeoff checklist down to the line. Flight controls checked, flaps, config 1+F, takeoff speeds flags. We have 64 degrees, speeds 44, 44, 47, set. ECA memo. Takeoff no blue, before takeoff checklist complete.
Easy 16 Alpha, contact Zurich departure 125.950. Bye-bye.
125.950.
Evelyn 473 Yankee, line up and wait runway 32, expect departure in 1 minute.
Berlin 473 Yankee, line up and wait, runway 32. So, line up 32 only.
Zurich Tower, Eurowings 9776, establish on localizer runway 28.
Then we'll definitely take the full length.
9776, Zurich Tower, Grüezi. After arrival, vacate left. Wind
Still saying Tika stand by.
320 runway 28, you are clear to land.
There we are.
Clear to land and vacate on left, Eurowings 977.
Oops, I just... Yeah, that happens. That's how it should go.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, wind 2900, 9 knots, level 3260 and 320, runway 32, you clear for takeoff.
Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, runway 32, clear for takeoff. So below the line, packs off, takeoff runway 32. For takeoff checks complete, timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal. Knots. P1, 48. Gear up. Positive rate. Nav. Autopilot. Confirm thrust. 125.950, Evelyn 473 in key, cheers.
Calculation 251 and initiate the restriction.
Flips up.
251, speed 240 knots.
To go.
The 240 knots, calculation
Vertical speed.
1000 miles per hour.
Zurich departure hello, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee 4400, climbing 5000, dig is 5 Lima. Zurich departure hello, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee approaching 5000 feet, dig is 5 Lima departure. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, climb flight level 090. Set, ground zero checked. Climb. Okay, set standard. Off the takeoff checklist, landing gear up, flaps retracted, packs on, altimeter standard. Off the takeoff checklist complete.
Zurich approach, calculation 251. Hello, with level 110.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, say again you were blocked. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, climb flight level 120. Set, want to retract, climb. We'll just check this manually on the green dot speed. Aircraft over there, but he should stay about 3 miles, so 133 is Monana, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, bye bye.
Zurich arrival complete. Twist and Yankee and flight level 130.
Swiss radar, hello, Airberlin 473 Yankee, level 106, climbing 120. Flight level 240, Airberlin 473 Yankee. Set. Airberlin 473 Yankee, direct me go.
Swiss radar Ryanair 250, I just got
There it is, Minga.
network. Could you keep the vectors again?
Yeah, that looks good.
Ryanair
Insert.
250, contact arrival 135, destination 25.
135 decimal 2 miles.
Alright, so.
Swiss radar, keep flight 50, flight 180, inbound whiskey.
ATC Zurich arrival Berlin, please run right heading 157, expect 2000 function and runway 28.
Left 150 and expect vector 3, left space. Decision.
Radar 134, decimal 150. Bye-bye.
123.275, Airberlin 473 Yankee, Joe.
Cleared Loco 3 Alpha arrival and descent 110.
Langen Radar EC425, flight level 360, schönen Nachmittag. EC425,
Radar low, Airberlin 473 Yankee, level 166, climbing 240 in Minga.
Okay, Airberlin 473 Yankee, Radar. Good afternoon.
Climb flight level 240, Airberlin 473 Yankee.
Airberlin 473 Yankee,
Airberlin 473 Yankee, climbing flight level 360. Set. 360 checked. So let's see if he's got CPDLC. So connection, notification, Echo, Delta, Golf, Kilo. Notify. Yeah, he does seem to have it.
Lufthansa 8 Juliet Delta, Langen Radar. Afternoon, push back in front of and push back in safety. Yeah, that's the holding point Monday 18 by November 1
Eurowings 104 with you at flight level 142 for flight level 182.
Right, so seems to be a little bit
900, traffic 5000.
yeah, doesn't seem like there's too much happening from now on. So let's go over to a couple of the questions in the comments. If you guys got some questions, feel free to ask them now, and I'll see whatever I can answer. So, Alice is asking, am I still using toolbar pushback? Not at the moment, since toolbar pushback is set to cause frame rate issues with the Fenix. So I just went for another tool for this flight, but the tool didn't really work well. So yeah, well, I'll still have to find a solution. Maybe I'll look into the FS2 crew payware. Then someone's asking, hello, just wondering, is there anything with the A320 that is so different to the 737 that it's just too hard to get used to? To be honest, well, it is of course a very different airplane, there's no doubt about that, but it's still flying under the same physics and it's still using similar logics, I would say. So, I would say there is nothing with the A320 that makes it so hard to get used to it. It's just a different logic, and if you're more used to Boeing logic, then you'll probably find it a little hard to adapt to the Airbus logic, and of course the other way around as well. So if you are talking to someone flying the Airbus for 20 years, then he will probably say, what's going on in that Boeing? So Andrew is asking, have I flown an A320 in a full flight simulator before? Not in a full flight, but in a fixed base simulator. So in a fixed base simulator I have actually flown the A320 before, and well, I would find it unfair to judge the flight dynamics of the Fenix based on these 2 hours of fixed base A320 flying. So I'm better not going to comment on that. Josh is asking, what's more fun to fly, the 737 or the A320? Honestly, that's hard to say. I mean, in the 737 there's a little bit more to do, but in the A320 you basically have to verify that all those things are done as well, just that some of them are done by the computer. So all in all, I would say yeah, what's more fun to fly? That's actually a pretty hard question, but the most fun aircraft to fly is probably the one you're sitting in at the very moment. So when I'm flying the A320, I would probably say the A320. When I'm sitting in the 737, I'll probably say the 737. So Alice is asking, what should I use then instead of toolbar pushback? Any recommendations? There is a tool called Pushbar Helper, and yeah, that pushback helper apparently seems to be alright, according to what I've heard from some others, but I don't have any personal experience with it, except for what happened on this very flight, and that was not a very positive experience yet. But then again, I have not really played with that tool yet, so it's probably just user error on my side. So, the next question, or rather comment. I've flown a lot of the Cibo 737 plane, and after switching to the MSFS A320, I find the landing light switch is a bit confusing. I don't think the landing lights are that confusing. I mean, they are working similar to the retractable landing lights in the Boeing 737 NG. So you have an on, an off, and a retract position. And yeah, of course, it's slightly different that in one aircraft you have to push them forward, in the other to pull them towards you in order for those to work. But apart from that, I would say that they're pretty similar. So Automarker is asking, do you think going from the 737 to the 787 is similar to going 737 to A320? No, I don't think so, because 737 and 787 is still both Boeing logic and similar FMC logic, similar autopilot modes, even though certainly not exactly the same. And if you're changing to the Airbus, the FMS is just really different, and the autopilot modes are not exactly the same as well. So I believe transitioning from any Boeing to another Boeing is probably easier than transitioning from a Boeing to an Airbus. So Nisa is saying, love your content, I'm a real pilot as well. I currently fly the 7478 for Lufthansa. Oh, that's pretty nice. I'd love to fly the 747 once, but not sure if that's ever gonna happen in my career. So, Minimums is asking, what's my thoughts on the cockpit modeling of the Phoenix? Well, my first impression is that it's looking quite good. There are some interesting things, like when I'm looking at the overhead now and turning the lights off, you have these white lines everywhere where the light is shining at the switches. Maybe that's something that I just need to get used to. Maybe it's something that Phoenix needs to look at. I don't quite know yet. So all in all, I find it to have a pretty solid first impression, and most certainly when you're getting used to it, I think that it's actually going to be a pretty good model. So someone's saying, is it not possible to fly this Phoenix IFA direct from start of the flight like the A320 with outside FMC data? To be honest, I can't tell you that yet, because I have actually not flown the Fenix A320 too much. But from what I would say, based on the experience I've had with it, well, rather from all the adverts and everything, and seeing that it's using the ProSim avionics underlying the FMC, then I would say that it's probably not meant to be flown like the default aircraft, where you just put something into the default MSFS flight planner and then it's loading up all finished. Now that may be possible, I don't know, but I don't think it is. So Andrew is asking, do I think there will ever be a 737 MAX from some developer? Actually, PMDG have confirmed that they are going to do the MAX after the 747. So someone's asking, can I explain what the RMP value in the FMC is? Okay, so RMP means required navigation performance, and it basically tells the pilot to which degree of accuracy the aircraft can determine its own position. So, for example, during normal flight in the 737, and probably in the Airbus as well, let's quickly see what it's going to say over here. Yeah, here it is. High accuracy, estimated navigational accuracy 0.03. So this is probably this is the same as the RMP value in the Boeing 737. By the way, let's quickly change the cruise level here. So this is the same as the RMP value in the Boeing 737. And the left one over here is the... Oh, sorry, actually, I was talking bullshit. The left one is the RMP, and the right one is the ANP, the actual navigation performance. So, the RMP tells the computer to which accuracy it should be able to determine its own position in order to be using the aerial navigation. So basically following the green line, or in the 737 following the magenta line. But if we have, for example, a required navigation performance of 5 miles, then it means that the position you see on your map has to be accurate to within 5 miles. So the real airplane's position has to be within 5 miles of the shown aircraft position on the map, to put it in easy words. So if you have an RNAV approach, this is going down to 0.3 miles. So that means if you are flying an RNAV approach, then you have then the aircraft has to be able to determine its own position to within 0.3 nautical miles. So I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, then please bring it up again, and then I'm going to try to find a better explanation, okay? So next question over there. How often does it happen that pilots change the airplane they fly? Is there a chance that I will eventually get another typewriter in the future and fly something different? Then how... Basically, you don't really want to change type in real life because it requires a lot of work. At least that is my personal opinion. So if you want to change type, it means at least 3 months of ground school, including simulator training, before you can go flying again. So if I was to change employer now, then it would probably be at least until August or September that I would start flying with a new employer, assuming that I would start right now. So this is being recorded in mid-May, so yeah, it's always a little bit of work when you have to change airplanes. So if it can be avoided, I would say you try to avoid it as good as you can. But if it can't be avoided, or if you just want to try a new type, which by the way doesn't happen too often in real life, pilots usually don't change their employer just because they want to try another airplane type. But does that happen? Yeah, it does. How often does it happen? I don't know, maybe... Of course it's different for every pilot, but I would say maybe like once every 5 to 10 years or so. But that said, there are people who are flying the 737 for more than 20 years in my company, so that doesn't necessarily have to mean a lot. So, as there are a couple of comments in there about issues with the Fenix, issues with the PMDG, then of course both of them have some problems, and both aircraft will need updates without any doubt. So both developers, however, have already said that they do plan to do those updates. So all in all, I'm not too concerned that both are going to get some of the updates that they will need. And there's one comment as well that says real Airbus pilots are finding faults in the Fenix as well, and I'm certain that that is the case. Just like I am still reporting a lot of issues I see with the PMDG 737-2 PMDG, I'm sure that the very same is happening in Fenix, and that they are still getting real pilot feedback, probably extensive real pilot feedback about the airplane, just like PMDG does. So all in all, in terms of what they both need for updates, I don't think that there's too much of a huge difference between them.
turn altitude 4000 feet, Lufthansa 901.
So, as we are just flying along in cruise now, let's actually take the time and have another look and search around some of the nice stuff that this airplane is supposed to be able to do in the flight deck and elsewhere. And most certainly, let's have another look at the cabin.
Climb flight level 330, contact 579. Lufthansa 12 Foxtrot, fly heading 250.
What I never got to check out yesterday is if it actually got an aft galley. I just stopped in the last row. So let's take the chance and actually have a look now.
Lufthansa 8 November Kilo, London heading 280.
And of course the most important question of all, does it have flushing toilets? Oh no, I can't move the camera any further aft than this. So that probably means that I cannot actually have a look into the galleys here. But let's just quickly see the passenger service unit here. Seatbelt sign seems to work, no smoking sign as well. The attendant call button not, but well, I'm asking too much here. Alright, so let's get back to the front here. By the way, something I can't help myself but notice is that while I'm walking through the cabin, the lights on the ceiling here are, well, pretty low resolution, aren't they? Like if I'm looking at this. I mean, of course we're talking about the cabin here, so I am not expecting 100% high definition like I do in the flight deck, but it's something that I just noticed, that the overall resolution of the cabin here is not quite up to the resolution in the flight deck. That's of course pretty much to be expected, I would say, but I've seen quite a lot of comments earlier on
for EZ45
from many people in the PMDG forums looking at the PMDG cabin, and they said that PMDG, please do a cabin up to the Fenix standard. Now, when I'm looking at this, then I would say that PMDG, please do the cabin to a little higher standard than Fenix. However, one moment. Und das Ganze hatte sie auf der 123-275. Ja. Du koordinierst auf der Frequenz. Yeah, just told the controller that they're probably coordinating something in the controller team speak right now, and he apparently pressed the wrong button there, so he spoke on the frequency instead. Alright, anyway, back to the cabin. What I was about to say is that actually I would like PMDG to do the cabin to a little bit higher standard than this when they are doing it, but I would also like Fenix to just go over those textures again, because the models themselves seem to be looking pretty good here, looking at the detail, but all of this could be a little bit higher resolution, couldn't it? Like we have 8K textures for the livery and stuff, but well, if they are advertising the cabin, then I don't know, stuff like this could maybe be a little bit higher resolution. And someone's in the comment now that I'm not 100% serious here. The answer to that is, actually I am, but on a level where the cabin has been hyped quite a bit, or at least the cabin has been demanded in other forums, such as the PMDG forum, to be brought up to the Fenix level. Now I'm thinking, when I'm watching this, of course this is light years ahead of the PMDG cabin at the moment, there is no doubt about that, just to say that totally clearly. But I think that there is still some room for improvement. At least when we're talking about comparing add-ons and telling one developer to do it to the same level as the other. Of course, then again, the cabin, the fact that you're able to open the flight deck door alone is already something that's pretty nice to see, and that's something that other aircraft like the PMDG cannot do at all at the moment. So that's something to keep in mind as well. When I'm saying this, then I'm complaining on a pretty high level here. So that's of course something that I know as well. By the way, no toilet. Okay, that's too bad. I want the flushing toilet. No, just joking. Doesn't matter. So, where's that door? Here it is. Silence. Or so they say. Alright, so, just a verification there on an earlier question that I answered regarding the RMP values. So the question is, so if RNAV requires 0.3 RMP, that means the computer must be sure of its position in 0.3 nautical miles. If that's not the case, I cannot continue the RNAV procedure. Yeah, that's basically it. Someone's saying, so I should play visual approach instead of looking at this cabin, and yeah, as said, it's critique on a pretty high level. So that's something I just came across because it got asked in the PMDG forums quite a couple of times, like, can you bring the cabin up to the Fenix level? I'm thinking, actually, bring it up to a little bit higher level. So Mark was asking which graphic card I got. It's an RTX 3080 Ti. So we've got a company message there. From operations. Send ADC for 4 minutes. The ADC delay card on the company tablet allocate as per operations manual. Bravo, and assign free text as applicable. Okay, let's see real quick how to do that. ADC delay. So, do we have the IATA delay code manual on the EFB somewhere? Now that they seem to be referring to it, might be worth wondering. So, I'll brief, documents. Ah, that's the normal checklist. Nice. Ah, and here is the user guide. Okay, that's good to know. So I'm definitely gonna read that one. However, when I have the time, which is probably not now on the flight. Okay, then we can't find those here, but then let's just go like this. They said they want 4 minutes explained, so it's gonna be 4 minutes, and we'll put the delay on 62 operational requirements. Free text, installing delivery. Abilene 47 XBQ will prefer 350. Abilene 47 XBQ descent level 350. Okay, set. 350 checked. And crew salt is updated. Okay. So, delay due to installing livery. Now, I wonder what might happen if I ever send that to a real airlines operations control center. Ah, delay allocation card. That's nice. So, thank you very much for the tip, Muni. I totally missed this one. Delay allocation card, okay. So they're actually using it a little bit different here than what we're using in my airline. In my airline we are using the IATA delay codes, which go basically from a 1 to 99. Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, Monitor 12.8, thank you very much. Wir sehen uns, tschüss. It's unfortunate, ATC just went offline for the next part of our flight. We'll go to 1228 for now. Okay, so let's quickly see what they actually have over here. So, ATC delays. Yeah, startup en route slot runway change. Okay, that's typical stuff around the 80s. Oop. What's it doing here? Okay, autopilot disconnect. I have control. Did the wind just change or what happened here? Autopilot, vertical speed. I haven't had such a strong wind change in quite a long while. Actually, I don't remember any of them while I was flying the 737. I will probably just handle them a little bit different. That might be as well, because PMDG built some turbulence mode in it, which is actually the reason why the PMDG has trouble holding altitude at low speed and low altitude. Maybe Fenix didn't do that. I mean, probably Fenix went the better way there, because I prefer having an occasional climb or descent over having all those altitude hold issues. But, well, okay. In any case, while we're waiting here, let's proceed direct. What's a typical boundary? I believe it's Monarch. Let's quickly see. We can go to Norny, that should be fine. Thereafter it's almost straight anyway. So, Aubrey. That looks about right. Insert. Okay, so, what were we just doing? We were checking the delay codes over here, so excuse me for just having another look here, because I'm interested to see how this is done, because I don't know where Fenix is getting this information from, but it's probably based on one of the airlines that one of their assistant pilots is flying for. And now, I haven't followed it exactly, but wasn't the EFB developed by a Katie pilot? And doesn't she fly for Easy? At least that's what I've heard. I might be totally wrong here, so correct me if you know better than I do. So maybe that's what EasyJet is using. I don't know. But oh, looks interesting at least. Okay, so we've got a company message, so they answered, and seeing that I sent them something totally different, they're probably telling me off once again and telling me like, who the hell put you guy in one of our flight decks? Let's see operation. Okay, all it says is ADC received. Alright. So let's quickly get some destination weather as well while we're at it. So, let's... oh no. And it's doing it again. And it seems like some ATC just came online. 124175. Claim radar low, Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, level 350 in Mount Nobri. That is the correct frequency, is it? Interesting, V-pilot doesn't open up anymore.
Copenhagen.
Yeah, here we go.
Gerga 1 November departure route.
Now we hear it as well. Alright.
Left, climb initially 5,000 feet, squawk 2103.
Claim radar low, Air Berlin 47 X-ray Yankee, flight level 350 in Mount Nobri. Okay, so someone's asking again, how does the performance on my system compare with other aircraft? Right now in cruise it's pretty similar to all the other aircraft I'm flying. I would say when I'm on the ground then it's probably a tiny bit less frames than in the other aircraft. I'm not measuring frame rates in my simulator because all I do is looking at how it feels, and it feels like it lags a tiny bit more than other aircraft, but overall I would say that it's quite alright. So tiny bit less frame rates than some other aircraft, or just a tiny bit more lags probably, but most certainly within the well flyable range, so nothing to complain about there. And I missed a question further up, that's if the 737 is going to come up with an EFB ACAS and stuff in future updates. Yeah, it's definitely going to get an EFB and also a performance calculator. By the way, in the meantime, while we don't have it available, I can really recommend virtualperformancetool.com, which is an excellent takeoff performance calculator for the Boeing 737. So the PMDG is definitely going to get an EFB as well. And about ACAS, I think that depends on Asobo and if they finally make the VATSIM modules accessible to the outside world, so if they can telephone out to the internet. But I don't know if or when they are going to do that, so I think if PMDG is going to do something like that, it's going to depend on whether Asobo enables them to do it. So next question there, would I say PMDG's performance is better than the Fenix or the fly-by-wire even? Yeah, the PMDG does perform a little bit better than the Fenix. At least on my system it does. Seeing the other answers in the chat there, apparently does for others as well. But we're still talking about good frames here, so Papa Charlie is saying he measured the PMDG to be about 60 in the air and 50 on the ground, and Phoenix being 5 to 10 less, and that's probably my my experience as well. Another question there about the 737, is it going to be updated to the latest build to use the standard VNAV page instead of the climb, cruise and descent buttons? I'm begging PMDG to do so, I'm pushing them to do so, but at the moment I don't have a feeling they are actually going to do it. But I would very much like to see the FANS MCDU on the PMDG 737 as well. So we've got a telex over here. Ah, look at that, it can actually relay the vPilot messages. That's pretty nice. If some of you are seeing this for the first time now, I've got a tool which I've downloaded from the Flight Sim Labs forums a couple of years ago, which is a plug-in to vPilot, the VATSIM pilot client, and that can relay all the PMs I get on my pilot client to the Hoppy ACAS system. And since the Flight Sim Labs Airbus at the time was able to display all the hobby messages that you get, it was able to display things like the vPilot relayed messages. And apparently it seems like the Fenix can do the same thing. I'm surprised to see that. That's really cool. Because it means that contact needs from air traffic control are going to pop up as company messages in your cockpit. That was really nice on the Flight Sim Labs, and the Fenix can do it as well, it seems. So the weather's here as well now. 310 at 11, so almost direct cross. Overcast 5,800, 13 degrees, 1013. Alright, that's fine weather for us. So in the meantime, there's one last thing I want to find out before we start the approach. And that is, how do I look at the VATSIM ATIS using the Fenix Airbus? Somebody told me in yesterday's stream already that it's possible somehow, but I still have to find out how to do it.
Facing south right, red now 303.
So in the comments, someone's saying through the Fenix app. So that's probably going to be under my flight then, I guess.
Level 198.
Abilene 473, direct Monarch. Okay, that's Monarch over here. That's good. Ah, here it is. See arrival. D8 is from VATSIM. Okay, this is nice. This is really nicely done. So let's see, information November from 1650. What time is it now? 1712. Okay, so the next one's up in 8 minutes. Expect ILS approach, visual approach on request, runway 2 to left after landing vacate. Runway. Oh, really? Transition level 60, weather 310 at 11, more than 10 kilometers overcast. 5,800 feet, 13 over 7, 1013. Okay, so let's actually feed something into the FMS now. So we're going to land on Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel to left, and we want a 10-mile ring around this one. And I'll also put another one in to left with what are we? Level 350, so with a 105-mile ring. Right, so let's quickly look at the flight plan. It's gonna be radar vectors after next, so yep, that's what we're expecting indeed. And the missed approach is 1 DME, then on the heading 187. We're going to verify that in a moment. And for the radio, give me Kilo Alpha Sierra on both. Always like to input the landing runway on the progress page here, because it gives you the distance to the runway, so that's very nice when being radar vectored. And on the 737, unfortunately, it's a little bit more hidden with the fixed page, but, well, that's something the Airbus is really nicer in. So 1013, we set it's 13 degrees. Oh boy, that's cold. For the wind, 324 at 11. No, that's not quite what it's saying here. 310 at 11. Transition level 60. We'll find out about the minimum, and we'll take left full with medium auto brake because we want to vacate rather early.
If you want, I go in all the point Lima 5.
Yeah, if you want, you can take Lima 5.
Yes, Lima 5.
Okay, so let's see, Navigraph. We are looking at Copenhagen. Let's start with the ground charts. So parking stands, that's probably something we'll need. Yep. And the airport diagram. This one. Then we're looking at arrivals. Should be Monarch. Something with Foxtrot in it. Yeah, this one. And then for the approach, ILS 22 left. So let's see real quick. 109.5 is in, course 217's in, and the minimum is going to be 208. Alright, so let's do an approach briefing then. Threats for the arrival. Well, we're still not that familiar with the aircraft, so we'll have to see how it's actually going to behave on the arrival, and then we'll just have to adapt accordingly. So, let's see the routing then. And looking at this, we have the Monarch 2 Foxtrot arrival on the chart over here. And that's for runway 22 left. Transition level by ATC, we've already put that in. At first contact with approach, state type of aircraft. At initial call sign with final, state only call sign, descent as cleared. We don't intend to do any different. MSA wise, highest is 2100 over the city, so 3000 all around is going to keep us safe. So for the routing, it's from Monarch to Coden. So, Monarch, Coden, then on to Nexo, and that's below flight level 100. Nexo below level 100. And after that, we are going to proceed on the heading, so the heading 031. That's what we have here, manual sector, and that's going on the same heading. And the discontinuity is there because of the heading, so that's something we can keep in. Alright, so that leads us on to radar vectors for the ILS approach from 22 left, that's on chart over here. So the approach starts at 9.3 DME at the Charlie India 22 left. That's what we have here in 3000 feet versus 3000 on the chart. We should have a 3-degree descent. We do have a 3-degree descent, and we're going down to the minimum of 208, which is 208. For the missed approach then, climb straight ahead to 500 or 1 DME after the DME, whichever is later. So in here we are going. And one of those wind changes again. And here we go. Vertical speed, autopilot. Okay, yeah, so after the DME, which happens later, left on 187 track, climate 3000 and inform ATC, and that's exactly what we have in here. So then on Nav Setup, I've just put a custom VOR in, which is the local airport VOR, not very important for the arrival though. Progress page, it's GPS primary with high accuracy. And that's all we need for this one. For the performance, we have the descent page, pre-calculated at 276 knots. Approach page, 1013, 13 degrees, 310 at 11, transition level 60, minimums 208, and we're going to do flap full landing as we want to vacate the runway rather early, but we'll get to that in a moment. And for the go-around, it's 1,500 each, with a clean speed of 228. For the fuel prediction, we have 2.8 tons extra. That's an hour and 22 minutes at our present weight, so that's not going to be any problem. And that's pretty much it already. So we don't have any NOTAMs. Let's see over here real quick if there was anything we need to do, but no. Okay, maybe just another wind uplink. Next page. So, request winds. Then let's have a quick look what our landing performance says. So, Copenhagen, runway 22 left. We're gonna take a runway condition code 6. Refresh the weather, apply the weather. That's easy. Landing weight, what is it? Yeah, you can insert this wind. So arriving at 3.8, that means we're burning 400 kilos. Gross weight 64 tons minus 400 kilos is 63.7.
And Scandinavian 459 at Berlin is requesting an IFR clearance for Copenhagen.
So let's see what that actually gives us. We'll take medium auto brake, 1447. Let's see what the airport chart got to say about it. Landing 2 to left, we want to vacate Bravo 5. Let's see, is there any scale somewhere? Yeah, down here. Lovely, thanks for nothing. That's better, so let's see, if that's 1,000 meters. I'm just measuring it out with my hand right now. And we're looking at about 1,300 meters to Bravo 5. And in here, flap full. We can take maximum reverse, auto throttle off. 1,357 meters, so that should be perfect to vacate the runway on Bravo 5 exit. Abilene 476 by Yankee, descent level 200. Set. 200 checked. Descent. Alright, so down we go. Let's see a couple more comments in there. So Peter is saying the EFB is the biggest plus for him on the airplane, simulating every spare-bout knot. Yeah, I agree. The EFB is really a big plus for this airplane. I mean, the Fenix itself, the aircraft itself, simulated pretty well. So adding the EFB onto that and having this interaction is really good. It enables me to do the briefings like, well, I don't want to say like I would do them in real life, because of course I'm not 100% expert on Airbus briefings, but it does enable me just to, skip between the FMC and the EFB and just to prepare everything That's so much nicer than having to do it on a physical tablet. But even though if I wanted to, I could use this on my physical tablet, so that's amazing. That's really amazing. Apart from that, Andreas is asking, are there any tables or something for runway slope instead of having to do the calculation with the charts? Just to be sure, do you mean runway slope? Or do you mean distance to exits? Because the slope should be included in your performance tool automatically without the need to put that in manually. But unfortunately, calculating distances... Abilene 4783 Yankee, 1,500 feet a minute or greater. Okay, vertical speed.
Climb 300,
Oops, no. This is what I've been looking for. Alright,
Charlie 12 Alpha, Victor 1.
As far as I'm aware, there are no tables, at least no public tables with all the distances to the exits, but if you look into the general pages of the airport charts, then in some airports they are published, in others they aren't.
Can I get a hoya?
Oh boy, people are going crazy on 1015 again. Let's see if we can just mute them up.
Information tool is on board. Climb departed via 01 November departure, climb 5,000 feet, walk 1,000.
Oh boy, I can't. Guys, be professional. My colleague can't sleep and I can't hear Netflix. And this was the only time you'll see me doing this. 121.375 Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, bye bye. Alright, we're gonna shut the guard down now.
2567, contact Sweden, 131-275.
Copenhagen, good evening. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, passing 303, descending level 200, Monarch 1500 feet a minute or more.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, Copenhagen, hello, cleared Monarch 2 Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, Monarch 2 Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80. Okay, set, 80 checked, and Monarch 2 Foxtrot is what we have prepared.
147, approach correction Copenhagen, hello, cleared Level 2 Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80.
Clear to the Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80, get a 1%.
And here's the descent path. Thrust idle descent.
Oh, this is kind of a bit
Copenhagen, hello, clear to Blue 2 Foxtrot arrival. Descent flight level 80.
Okay, then we'll 080 to Foxtrot.
Finnair 529, speed 250.
By the way, why am I not getting the level of arrow? Shouldn't it actually draw them on the level segment? On the radar
Finnair
segment as
529,
well?
contact Copenhagen, approach
At least I thought it
119,
should.
245, bye-bye.
But it doesn't look like it. See if I put this any higher, 100-ish, which it should reach by Nexo. May 110, yeah, then it's still drawing it, but thereafter not anymore, so it's probably not drawing it on the vector segment.
Scandinavian 61, speed 280 knots operator.
Speed 280 knots operator.
Copenhagen Control, good evening. Copenhagen 1 Delta Golf, Button 25312 to Lodge Fox.
Sky 1 Delta Golf, Copenhagen, hello, cleared to Blue 2 Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80, speed 250 or less.
Descent flight level 80, speed 250 or less. 2 or less, Copenhagen 1 Delta Golf.
Sky 1 Delta Golf to Blue 2 Foxtrot arrival.
Yeah, sorry, to Lodge Fox arrival 1 Delta Golf.
DC-97, Copenhagen, hello. DC-97, stop descent flight level 230. DC-97, stop descent flight level 230. Scan 11147, contact approach 119.8, bye-bye.
Other report 119.8, Scan 147, bye-bye.
I remember seeing some pictures where there was like a small note here on the main panel, and I believe it showed the airplane's call sign, didn't it? In some of the Phoenix previews. Does anybody remember how to get that? Right, and let's put the seatbelts on.
Scandinavian 61, speed 270 or greater until Kilo Oscar Romeo. After Kilo Oscar Romeo, speed according to star.
Speed according to star after Kilo Oscar Romeo, and we don't have to get a chart on board. We want to reduce speed of Kilo Oscar Romeo, and we expect that Kilo Oscar Romeo is too much.
If you don't have it loaded, you have to leave Kilo Oscar Romeo on track 031. It will be vectors after that, but leave Kilo Oscar Romeo on track 031.
Even on 031, for speed after Kilo Oscar Romeo?
250 below track level 1. And if you visit that website, you will have free charts available.
Give Roger that. Echo Trigger Charlie Hotel.
So there is one thing that I just can't help myself but notice, and that's that flying the Airbus is like a little bit boring. In the 737 there is more to do. And now I'm sitting here, trying to keep the stream the same way I would, or I have always done. And now it just feels like I'm sitting there watching the airplane do what it's supposed to do. I don't know, that's a little bit boring, isn't it?
Scandinavian 61, contact approach 119 display.
But then again, I don't quite know what I should be doing at this moment, because flying it here, like it's supposed to be flown, there is just not a lot of talking supposed to be going on at all.
270, Monarch 2 Foxtrot arrival.
Copenhagen Control, good evening, and name is 27, inbound Atlanta, Traveler 210.
2 stations, first Scandinavian 208, Copenhagen, hello, descent flight level 90.
Descent flight level 90, Scandinavian 208.
The last call was for Scandinavian 208 only. Scandinavian 120, approach, crashing Copenhagen, hello. Cleared Monarch 2 Foxtrot arrival, descent flight level 80. Scandinavian 1 Delta Golf, contact approach 119 display, bye-bye.
1 display, thank you, 1 Delta Golf.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, contact Copenhagen 118.45, bye-bye.
118.45, Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, bye-bye. So, before we do that, let's quickly get the latest status again. Information November. Copenhagen approach, good evening, Abilene 473 Yankee, level 100, descending 80, and Airbus A320 with information November.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, Copenhagen approach. Hello, expect to service runway 022 left information after.
We'll check information Oscar, vectors ILS 2 to left, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, descend 5000, QNH 1014.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, descend 5000, 1014. So, set altimeters 1014. Passing 95, descending 5000, no flag, stand by set. Let's actually keep that speed. I don't want it to reduce to 230 or whatever the VNAV or the managed mode would let it go down to. And then of course we're supposed to be flying the track here, so heading select. Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, just to confirm, heading 030 would actually give us a right-hand turn by about 4 degrees.
Then heading 025.
025, Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee. And Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, we'd happily take a 5-month final.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee on pass.
It really doesn't sound like he has a lot to do. 7 degrees, anti-ice on.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee Tempest heading 360 at 4,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee left heading 360, descent 4000, QNH 1014. Okay, that's 360, 4000. Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, speed 220 knots. Approach phase active. Thruster idle, open descent. Let's quickly tidy the flight plan up as well. So that looks better. I know you guys love it, so let's quickly go here. Lovely view on the Öresund bridge there.
Contact 5 frequency 120.2 call plan only.
120.2 Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, bye.
There's what I say deadlift, so okay.
Finally low Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee. Anti-ice off. Airplane 47 X-ray Yankee, descent 2000 feet, speed 180. How many track miles can we expect? Set, 2000 checked, flap 1.
About 15 miles.
Roger. So that should be pretty much straight in.
The right 190, clear that to left Scandinavian 147.
Flaps 2.
Copenhagen 6-1 here.
Vertical speed.
Right, 0703 south.
So it'll probably be behind him. But let's see. In the meantime, approach checklist. Ecom status, checked. Approach type and runway. ILS 22 left. Minima 208. Approach phase. Active. And barrel rev 1014 set. Approach checks complete.
Heading 250.
That's an interesting normal checklist there. I've never seen it look like this. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, left heading 340. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, left heading 310.
Final Scandinavian 1 Delta. 3,000 feet, 070, Scandinavian 1 Delta, go.
Scandinavian 147, full tower, 118.
What tower on 118?
That's terrain noted.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee,
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, left 250, clear to LS, runway 22 left. Okay, we've got sensible indications. Programmed, autopilot 12. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing.
Tower.
Scandinavian 61, turn right, heading 190, clear that. Scandinavian 61, you're very difficult to hear, like it's just like static coming out. Scandinavian 1 Delta Golf, click to 180.
180 knots, 1 Delta, go.
Localizer alive. Block star. We'll start the speed reduction as well. Glide stop star.
Abilene 47 X-ray
3000 set.
180, 6 miles for the tower, 180.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee 180 until 6, 118 is move on. How is the Phoenix going down this quick? And why is it giving so much thrust? Okay. Yeah, we're not going to accelerate back up to 180. We'll just average it out, maintain 170 until 5. And let's go gear down. Tower low, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, ILS 22 left.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, Castle Tower, good evening. Wind 300 degrees, 10 left, runway 2 left, continue approach.
2 to left, continue, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee.
Left 529, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi Bravo, course 37,
Right, usually I'd put the lights on with a landing clearance, but I want to hand fly the last bit, so let's just put them on now. Flap 3.
Scandinavian 147, welcome to Copenhagen, hold short Bravo.
And flaps full.
Also Bravo.
Landing checklist. Landing gear, downstream green, all brakes, medium. Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, 2 to left, clear to land. ECAM memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Okay, so.
Okay, 147, if you give it some cues, you can taxi by Bravo, cross 30, show Zulu.
Taxi Bravo, hold short, at across 30 and finish over speed.
$500.
500 continue.
Tower Scandinavian 61.
Scandinavian 61, cancel tower, good evening, wind 7 degrees, 1 left, runway 27, continue approach number 2.
Continue number 2, Scandinavian 61.
100 above.
Checked.
Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Scandinavian 147, contact April 116.5,
30, 20, retard.
116.5, Scandinavian 147.
Speed break up. Thrust was normal. 100 knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. Auto reverse. Manual brakes.
Scandinavian 61, runway 2 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, Scandinavian 61.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, welcome to Copenhagen, hold short Bravo.
Hold up Bravo, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee.
Tower Scandinavian 1 Delta Golf.
Scandinavian 1 Delta Golf, cancel tower, good evening, wind 200 degrees, 10 left, runway 2 left, continue approach.
2 to left, continue approach, 1 Delta Golf.
Abilene 47 X-ray
that's
Yankee,
Bravo
continue
coming
Bravo,
up
cross
here.
30, hold short Zulu.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, continue Bravo, cross 30, hold shot Zulu. Confirm way number 1 before the Finnair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Roger.
To the 529er, give way to the Abilene A320 coming from Bravo 5.
Roger, T3 and Bravo 5, senior back.
Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, contact April 11625, bye-bye.
11625, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee.
Four. 1014 and pushback approved on to Yankee, Eurowings 1 Alpha.
Austin 3 Victor Alpha, are you able to push to start at
Okay,
point
we're cleared
Alpha
across.
870?
Austin 3 Victor Alpha Schuhe.
Austin 3 Victor Alpha, push and start approved Alpha 50, QNH 1014.
Push and start approved to Alpha 50, QNH 1014. Pacific Alpha.
Lufthansa 3 Hotel Yankee, hold short of runway 30, tower 119.35.
Hold short 30, tower 119.35, so this is Hotel Yankee.
Apron low, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee, holding shot Zulu.
Contact tower 119.35, bye bye.
Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh boy. Radio discipline, anyone.
Bye bye. Swiss 1273, not switch frequency yet, you're still with apron. The tower is on 119.35. Ryanair 24 Charlie, contact tower 119.35.
119.35, right, go Charlie.
Ground to low, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee.
Berlin 45 X-ray Yankee cash open, good evening. Taxi via Yankee and Christian Bravo and Yankee, stand Alpha 15.
Bravo Yankee, stand Alpha 15, Abilene 47 X-ray Yankee. Alright, so we're gonna go left. And Alpha 15 is all the way to the end.
Lufthansa 1
almost at
Yankee Lima,
least.
Castro Open, good evening, sir. Hold position, I'll call you back.
Roger. For 529, request taxi hold bunker runway 22 right.
Sir, 5529, taxi via Romeo, Yankee and Foxtrot, hold short of runway 3 today.
So Yankee's the second to the left,
Taxi
so then we'll
to
go behind the
Romeo,
Ryanair.
Yankee, Foxtrot and hold short runway 1. Looks 529.
Bravo, NFM request 6.
April, good day. Finnair 529 approaching Zulu via Bravo.
Stand by. First Austrian 3 Bravo Yankee, and stand by, I'll call you back, break. So the 529er, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi stand Alpha 12 via Bravo Yankee.
So right now I have to say that I'm really surprised by the good performance of the Phoenix. Yesterday I've had quite a little bit of frame rate trouble with it, but right now, on the apron here, it's performing pretty well. I have to look really carefully in order to see some micro stutters. So that's pretty good.
After the company A320 has pushed in front of you, taxi via Lima, Zulu and Alpha, hold short of runway 30.
So approaching and passing Quebec, then we got Papa, after that Mike, and then Alpha 15. So still quite a way to go.
Via Lima, Zulu and Alpha, hold short of runway 30.
Calling the company of Central Province.
6 Charlie Hotel, Alpha 7 request pushing sir.
Lot 6 Charlie Hotel, hold position, I'll call you back. Break, Air Berlin 47 X-ray uniform, no disregard, use respawn.
Scandinavian 6 will request taxi to parking.
Scandinavian 61, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi stand Charlie 37 via Bravo and Romeo.
Bravo and Romeo, descend Charlie 37.
So we should be next to the Faroe Islands over there.
Station calling for taxi call.
APU is available.
Ryanair 12 Delta.
Yellow electric pump, engine 2 cutoff.
Mike, hold short of Yankee.
Via Mike, hold short Yankee, Euro 1 Alpha.
The station calling for push and start call sign AV.
Ryanair 12 Delta Delta.
Ryanair 12 Delta Delta, push and start approved all the way to Juliet 3, QNH 1014.
Right, Alpha 15 is here.
Push to Juliet 3 and QNH 1014. Ryanair 12 Delta Delta.
Lufthansa 1 Yankee Lima, sorry for the wait sir, wind correction. QNH 1014, push and start approved, Juliet 4.
Push and start is approved, Juliet 4, QNH 1014, Lufthansa 1 Yankee. Scandinavian 6-1, yeah, just hold position there, sir, call you back.
Roger that. We were able to go around look there. We're almost into, we're in Cockpit 37 right now.
Okay, yeah. That's fine then, disregard.
Yes, sir. On the ground, Chanix 212, stand 33.
Right, here we are.
First, Luxor,
So, APU is available.
I'll give you a Finnair A320 question. Finnair 5.
And we've got 20%.
Taxi via Lima, Zulu and Alpha, hold short of runway 30.
Via Lima, Zulu, Alpha, hold short runway 30.
Austrian 3 Bravo.
Right, parking checklist. Engines off, radar PWS off, fuel pumps off, park and brake set. Checklist complete. So the jetway has connected. Yeah, you can start deboarding. Well, let's see, do we have trucks in place? Yes, we do, and the ground power as well.
Start approved, QNH 1014.
Start approved, Chanix 212, thanks.
Eurowings 1 Alpha, continue taxi via Mike.
Right, company
Alpha,
message.
hold short of runway 30.
Yep, I was just about to say, yeah, you're wings on Alpha, we have problems with our thrust levers, we're going to disconnect, sorry.
Roger.
Going ground Alpine 19, X-ray Delta is ready for push start.
Rabble message
Alpine
at 1758. That sounds about right.
Facing west, QNH 1014.
Right, let's get ourselves some silence here. That's much better. Okay, so, a couple of you wanted to see how I'm planning my flights. Now you've got the chance. So now we want to go on from Copenhagen to Munich. And I've got quite a couple of aircraft there. Let's just take this one. If it says Fenix A320, that's probably something good for us. And we are the Air Berlin... You know what? Let's quickly do this. Edikla, search. We want to go from Copenhagen to Munich. And this looks like it is a good route. Copy. Paste. Yeah, that sounds about believable. And the departure runway is going to be 22 right, of course. We'll take 150 passengers. Oops. Here we are, 150. 700 kilos freight. And we are the Air Berlin 501. Yeah, I've used that call time before. Then it's going to be Air Berlin 310 Romeo. Off block at 35. No, we don't want to wait that long. Let's make it 25. Calculate. A good question, by the way, that I just see there in the comments, and that is, if I'm planning my flights with SimBrief, do I keep all the waypoints from the flight plan in my FMC, or do I skip some of them? I do keep them all, and that's very important, because even if it's just a straight line, ATC may still want to clear you direct to any of those waypoints, and if you don't have them then that's definitely not good. So always input all your waypoints, or just go the easy way, like I am about to do right now. So let's just get this going. So import next flight. Copenhagen to Munich, here we go. Schedule off block 22 minutes, that looks about right. And I think I'm actually going to fly this from the first officer's seat now, because, I don't know, I like to change seats every now and then. It gives you a totally different view on the airplane, I think. Like, this just looks, I don't know, more exciting. Maybe it's just that it gives me some more diversity on my flights. Anyway, it's fun to do, so let's do it. Oh, that's somebody logging in just at my gate in an Emirates 777. Let's quickly drop them a message. What's the call sign? 310 Romeo. So let's first of all log on with the correct call sign. Why did I get disconnected from the network? Let's do that again. Here we are. And now, dot aircraft. Let's see, there probably shouldn't be Here it is, Emirates 902, we'll drop them a message. So someone's asking there in the comments if I'd like to do any general aviation flights in the future for my streams. Yeah, I will. Just now, with all the new aircraft being out. Yeah, just now with all the new aircraft being out, it's a little bit too tempting to do those airliner flights, but at some point I'm definitely going to do some VFR flying as well, or some smaller aircraft flying. So let's see, plan to Munich, alternate Frankfurt. Okay, so that's loads of extra fuel. Okay, so lots of step climbs and step descents in here, but that doesn't matter too much. So we'll take 6.8 tons of fuel. Mass and balance. Planned, we gotta take 6.8. The rest of it as we've got it here. Load aircraft. Use fast, because I don't want to wait 28 minutes now. And then let's actually start doing some stuff. So, in a MCDU menu, ATSU, load sheet preliminary for the next sector already, we're going to accept that. And flight initialization, request data. Berlin 310 Romeo, Copenhagen to Munich, that's correct. Okay, init data, init request. And here we are, and we are the Berlin 310 Romeo. Cost index 20, cruise level we've planned on 350. We'll see what we're actually gonna get. Winds. Request, departure, going to Nexon, okay. So 2 to right is the departure runway, and then it's probably going to be the Nexon 1 Charlie. Yeah. Right, looks good. Insert, Munich, arrival, 26 right, and over which waypoint are we coming in? Via Landu, okay. So, via Landu 26 transition. Insert. And finally, secondary flight plan, copy active. We'll go for the Copenhagen X22 right. And that is from Copenhagen to right slash 222 was the runway heading. Slash 25 miles, so we'll just go straight ahead. 25 miles, store. Yeah, thanks. CPHX22 right. Oh no. Okay, do that again. CPHX22 right, second attempt. Here we are. Hold, perfect. Oh, sorry. Inbound course 222. And that's what I wanted to do. Perfect. So that's our engine outset. That's way easier to program in the Airbus than it is in the 737. Alright, so are they still fueling? No, they are done. Perfect. Alright, let's see how the brake cooling is going. Yeah, it still needs a little bit. Alright, cool. So let's see if they actually have PDC available here. So, Copenhagen information Oscar. Is it over here? No. Okay, then MCDU, ATSU, AOC menu, ATC request pre-departure clearance. Perfect, that's it. With information Oscar, we are the Air Berlin 310 Romeo. Put that in here. Station, Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel. And send. In the meantime, while we're waiting for the clearance, let's do some takeoff calculation. So, Copenhagen, 22 left, Romeo is dry, optimum config, toga not forced, anti-ice off, packs off, takeoff weight. That's too easy. That really is too easy. Let's see, calculate. And intersections will take Victor 2 just to be on the safe side here. Perfect. Easy going. So just while we're waiting for PDC and for everything to happen here. Received, standby, okay. Telex. Begin relaying messages, yeah, all fine. Right, so just while we're waiting, I've seen an excellent question there in the comments. And that's like, how do I memorize all my flows when learning a new airplane? And let me show you something. Basically, on every airplane there is a scan flow from the manufacturer that you can usually find online. So, to make it easy, if we look at the A320 cockpit, it's always going from bottom to top. So, like this, I'm going through all the different panels that we have, and then I can sort of memorize, like, what do I expect to see, and what do I want to see. And if I methodically apply this to all my flights, then that basically gives me the opportunity to easily memorize what I'm supposed to do. Okay, just got a message from delivery that my PDC is apparently not working very well. Okay, then we'll just get clearance via voice. That doesn't matter too much. Copenhagen delivery, good evening, Berlin 310 Romeo, gate Alpha 15, information Oscar, request IFR clearance to Munich.
Berlin 310 Romeo, Castaway, 1.5 quick catch very low. You're clear to destination. Next one, Charlie, departure runway 2 to right. Initial time flight level 70 for 7613. Information Papa is current.
Berlin 310 Romeo, will check information Papa, clear to Munich, next one Charlie, departure 2 to right. Climb flight level 70, squawk 7613.
Berlin 310 Romeo, read back correct. And Emirates 902, contact apron 121625.
Right, so we've got flight level 70,
Speedbird 813, Charlie, contact apron 121625.
squawk 7613. Okay. So that should be mainly it. Let's do a quick departure briefing then.
813, Charlie, contact apron 121625.
Aircraft loaded, that's good. So let's quickly see which charts we have available here. So import route from SimBrief. There we go, thank you. Copenhagen. Ground charts, we'll need the airport chart and the parking stands. And then we'll need our departure charts, which is very well hidden in first place. Next one, Charlie, here it is. Perfect, so that's what we've been looking for. So let's see, departure briefing. I don't see any threats for this departure. Well, actually, yeah, there is. The taxi is rather complicated, so we'll just use the taxi charts and take things slow. So, Echo, Kilo Charlie Hotel, Echo Delta Mike, Bravo Echo Romeo 310 Romeo, Costin X20, flight level 350. Let's see then. We are parked on here in Alpha 15. Pushback. 11625, Berlin 310 Romeo, and we'll need 5 minutes until we're ready.
No problem, you just have to go to the test route.
Roger. So, 121625. Here we go.
Bravo Yankees and Alpha Bravo 17 of the party easy.
Can we?
Stand Alpha 17.
No, can't really mute him. That's unfortunate. But I think what I need to do, as far as I remember, don't I have to select somewhere if I'm flying from the right hand seat? I remember seeing that somewhere. Controls, here we are. FO. Perfect. Okay. So, looks like they are done with the boarding already. Then let's get our APU running.
Copenhagen ground, Scandinavian 469.
That click spot seems to be a little big here for the overhead intake light.
469 again requesting push and start on Charlie.
Well,
with the
we'll survive it. Okay, so for the taxi then, Alpha 15, push back onto Yankee, either Yankee 0 or Yankee 1, then Yankee Alpha, cross 30, and then via Alpha we'll continue for the runway 2 to right for our departure. Take Alpha 5 figures, then we're covered with all those hundreds of intersections they have over here. Departure, next one, Charlie departure, that's on a chart over here, fairly straightforward. Transition altitude 5000 versus 5001 over here. Conventional navigation at 1500 feet MSA. After takeoff, remain on tower frequency until 1000 and contact Kastrup departure frequency 124.980. Maximum 250 at or below flight level 70. Where is that information again in the Airbus? I don't remember. Doesn't matter, we can do it manually. Okay, for the routing then, straight at to Rubat, or 1500, whichever is later. So in here we've got Rubat, 1500. From there we're going to proceed towards Bista, and that's Bista, and from then it's 212, 29.2 miles inbound to Nexon. So that's 212, 29 miles inbound to Nexon. Alright. So that should be about it then.
LR229 is ready for taxi.
Let's see. Mass and balance. I would like my load sheet.
Taxi Papa, hold short of Yankee, latitude 29.
So here it is, load sheet, 58.8. So for the fuel we've got 6.8 on board. And then 58.8. And 30.20 fuel weight.
Ground, good evening, Scandinavian 29 Charlie, with you on Bravo, taxi to hold short of Zulu.
That's a takeoff weight of 65.4, which in here is 65.4, perfect. So we're going to accept that. Then we've got 65.4 and 28.4 for the takeoff performance. So synchronized load sheet, that's just too easy. Calculate. Alright, so flaps 1, trim 0. 1 and 0, then it's going to be 65 degrees flex temperature. Oops. 65 in here, and the takeoff speed is 41, 41, 44.
Yankee 0, connection 014.
Once the aircraft passes by, push and start up.
Alright. So that's about it.
Takeoff Briefing Austrian, Yankee, standby 5, requesting push and start.
Austrian 6 Yankee, apron, hello, push start route, connection 114.
So the external power can go, just like the jetway.
1877, hello, taxi via Bravo, Yankee and Papa, stand Bravo 9.
Via Bravo, Yankee, Papa, stand Bravo 9.
Very good evening from the Air Canada 915 with you.
Alright, so
Air Canada 915, what's your final position?
915.
Charlie.
Then before start checklist down to the line. Keep its covers, removed, signs, on, auto, ADIRS.
Taxi Bravo 8 via Bravo, Yankee and
Nav,
Scandinavian 2.
slightly drifted but fine. Fuel quantity 6,800 kilograms, altimeters 1014, reading 20 feet. Complete.
Thank you very much for your service. Bye.
Castro apron, hello, Airberlin 310 Romeo Alpha 15, request pushback.
Airberlin 310 Romeo, sure for now, hold position, traffic on your right is pushing.
Hold position, Airberlin 310 Romeo.
Copenhagen ground, Scandinavian 469.
Okay.
Request taxi.
Scale 469 for now, Quebec can hold short Yankee.
Quebec hold short Yankee.
Oh, that's the Emirates pushing, okay. So that's probably going to take a couple of minutes.
Yankee and Foxtrot, hold short 30.
Romeo Yankee, Foxtrot, hold short 30.
Scandinavian 469 behind the second company here, they're on passing now. Taxi to Foxtrot, hold short 30.
Behind traffic, taxi Foxtrot, hold short 30. Can you
So the outside model is looking pretty awesome here, doesn't it?
Behind, push and start route to Romeo 1 and connection 114.
So let's see where those guys are going.
Depends which stand. I have one pushing for barrel stand level 5 shortly. There's must be a static aircraft then.
Copy that, we take Bravo 9.
Scale 469, do not run over the aircraft ahead of you.
Can you repeat?
Scandinavian 310, hello, on Bravo, hold short,
Scale 469, right where you are now, there's some Boeing 737 which you ran over. Please don't run over aircraft. Don't contact tower now, 119.35.
I don't see an aircraft. Can you hear 469?
Well, there are 100% one there, so something wrong with your model matching them. But tower now, 119.35.
119.35. Can you hear 9? Thank you, sir.
Scandinavian 310, that's an hold position.
Yeah, so those are probably the guys who just ran over one another. Whoopsie.
Catch ground, go up,
so, when's the Emirates going to be ready?
Juliet 195, Babe them hello, push that route, catch 1014.
It's interesting, I'm right now sitting here and looking at the A320, and since I have only used the 737-700 in the simulator for the last, I don't know, 5 months, 6 months, the A320 all of a sudden looks like such a long airplane.
Seabird 803, contact tower, 119.35, bye-bye.
That's really interesting. I remember in the time when the VATSIM Labs A321 was released, after I flew the A321 for a while and then flew the A320 again, I just thought, the A320 is such a short airplane. And all of a sudden, after flying the 700, the 737-700 for a while, all of a sudden it looks like such a long aircraft.
Airplane 310 Romeo, once the Emirates is clear behind, push and start approved to Yankee 0, QNH 1014.
Airplane 310 Yankee, when clear of the Emirates 777, push and start as approved, QNH 1014. Could you just confirm the TUC release point again?
Yankee 0.
Yankee 0, thank you. Right, so push to Yankee 0, let's have a quick look at the chart, see where that is, if that's left or right.
To stand Alpha 12 via Bravo.
Yeah, good, nose to the right, but pull a beam to stand, okay.
Alpha 2, Bravo, Yankee.
That's fine.
Lufthansa 49 Alpha, Alpha 12.
Alpha 12, Bravo, Yankee Zone Alpha.
Let's actually see how that works with the Phoenix.
Air Canada 915, taxi via
So, B4 takeoff checklist below the line, windows, doors, closed, beacon on, and park and brake is released now. So, start the push. Can I use my rudder to steer this? No. Okay. But I've got a left and right symbol here. I guess that'll have to do.
Alpha 23.
So, off block 28, that's 3 minutes late due to ramp congestion. Emirates has gone to the right over there. We're beyond the line, starting engine number 2.
Zurich 195, taxi via...
Wrong direction. This is how where we want to go.
Emirates 902, contact tower, 119.35, bye-bye.
11925, thank you, understand suitable.
So can I pull this forward a bit? No. Okay, then we'll just stop over here.
China 6 Zulu, hello, push and start approved, facing west, QNH 1015.
And starting number 1.
China 6 Zulu, QNH 1014. Air Canada 915, taxi via Yankee, Foxtrot, hold short 30.
Hello, Scandinavian 70 Alpha, we are on Bravo,
Scandinavian 70 Alpha, hello. Behind Air Canada, coming from opposite direction there, taxi via Romeo to stand Delta 1.
Right, we've got 2 good starts, clear disconnect, clear signal right, bye-bye.
Stand Delta 1.
That click spot is a little annoying.
Granada, you're going 2521 Bravo behind the Scandinavian 77.
Eurings 252, hello.
Supposed to be 0, it is. Okay then, flight control.
Bravo, Yankee, hold short Quebec.
Bravo, Yankee, hold short
Up,
Quebec. Eurings
down, neutral, left, right, neutral rudder, left, right, neutral.
Kilo, hello, hold position.
And the after start checklist. Anti-ice off, ecam status. Checked, trim is 30% and 0. After start checklist complete.
Austrian 30 Papa, hello, push start route to Quebec 1, QNH 1014.
Push has approved to Quebec 1, Austrian 30 Papa.
Airplane 310 Romeo, request taxi.
Airplane 310 Romeo, taxi via Yankee, hold short Mike.
Taxi via Yankee, hold short Mike, Airplane 310 Romeo.
Jet 15, question 195, taxi
okay,
via
so
Mike, Zulu Alpha, hold short 30.
brake released.
Taxi Mike, Zulu Alpha, hold short 30, Ninja 115.
Eurings 252, stand will be Alpha 14.
Yankee and Romeo is
stand Alpha 14, continue Yankee, hold short Mike, Eurings 252.
Air Canada 915,
yeah,
contact
quite a way ahead
119
beyond the
35.
terminals.
109.350.
Austrian 6 Yankee, red taxi.
So where's that guy going there?
Austrian 6 Yankee, taxi Papa and Foxtrot, hold short 30.
Papa Foxtrot, hold short 30, Austrian 6 Yankee.
Yeah, Berlin 510 Romeo, where's the guy in front going?
To the runway, he was told to hold short of that taxiway. So follow him now via Quebec, correction via Mike and Zulu Alpha, hold short 30.
By Mike, Zulu Alpha, hold short 30, Berlin 510 Romeo. Ah yeah, I confused the calls and I thought about holding short taxiway Romeo. He said Mike.
Jet 195, contact tower.
They wrote it down. Okay, that one's on me.
Hotel 119.35, Ninja 115, hang on.
But this one in front now is definitely not on me. We're going to the right over here, left and then first right, where the A320 Neo is going. Yeah, he's stopping. Okay.
China 6 Zulu, taxi via
Clear right.
Whiskey, Sierra, hold short of Victor.
Via Whiskey, Sierra, and hold short of
Evan, good evening, it's Chanex 52 Golf on Bravo Golf.
Chanex 52 Golf, hello, taxi stand, plan for stand Charlie 28, for now taxi Bravo, Yankee, hold short Quebec.
Okay, so Alpha's next to the right, then we hold short off the runway.
Airplane 310 Romeo, contact tower, 119.35.
119.35, Airplane 310 Romeo, bye.
Eurings 252, continue taxi Alpha 14.
This is taxi for Alpha 14.
Hello, Berlin 310 Romeo, turning into Alpha.
Berlin 310 Romeo, good evening. Behind the jet time Boeing 737-700, continue taxi via Alpha, cross 12 for Alpha 1.
Berlin 310 Romeo, behind the jet time, cross runway 30 and then continue by Alpha, holding point Alpha 1. Could you just confirm the position of the jet time?
Yeah, he's front of you.
Roger, so we can cross the runway now.
Yeah, Speedbird 813 Charlie, the wind.
Okay, that sounded like he might be crossing traffic on the runway.
Right, for takeoff. When airborne, contact departure 124.
But that doesn't matter too much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, clear left, clear right, and I can confirm that we are clear to cross.
Emirates 902, behind the departing from Speedbird, line up runway 2 to right and wait.
Behind the departing Speedbird, line up 2 to right and wait, I'm assigned it.
And Canada, sorry, 905 clear ready.
Copy.
Okay, so we've got around 3 guys in front of us. We're going to Alpha 1, that's behind the Emirates. Okay, so let's do a quick review of the takeoff briefing. It's going to be right to takeoff, runway 2 to right, flaps 1, NADP 2, and speeds 414144. The SID is going straight ahead. We contact departure when airborne on 124975 as far as I recall, but he's giving the frequency anyway. And apart from that, EO sits straight at 25 miles, that's in the secondary flight plan, and then pick up the hold over there, climbing 3000 feet, MSA 2100 feet. Any questions about that? No? Okay. Then, before takeoff, checks to the line. Flight controls, checked. Flaps. Config 1 plus F. Takeoff speeds, flags. 65 degrees, 41, 41, 44. Eco memo, takeoff no blue, before takeoff checks complete down to the line. So, Alpha 1 next left.
Emirates 902, departure frequency is 124.975, the wind 310 degrees at 7 knots, you are clear to take off runway 2 to right.
Clear for takeoff 2 to right, and departure frequency 124.975, thank you, bye-bye, MS 932.
Canada 915, behind the departing aircraft from Emirates Boeing 737-700, line up runway 2 to right and wait.
We'll line up behind the departing 737 and wait for
Okay, 124975, let's pre-select that for our departure. So, 1 more, 2 more, plus waiting the separation from the heavy, so looking at about 5 minutes or something. That shouldn't be too much of an issue.
behind the departing aircraft Airbus 332 from Air Canada, line up runway 22 right and wait.
Behind departing A330, line wait 22 right. Jet time 1.5.
Ryanair 6 Zulu, good evening. Cross runway 12 is approved. Taxi via Alpha 3 for holding position runway 22 right.
Crossing runway 12 and then taxiing Alpha and holding Alpha 3 for 22 right to Ryanair 6 Zulu.
So, let's see, should be our turn after him, I guess.
Jet time 195, departure frequency 124.975, the wind 310 degrees at 7 knots, you are clear to take off to right, bye-bye.
Right, to right, clear for takeoff, new jump 1.5, and what?
Austrian 6 Yankee, behind the departing aircraft from jet time 737-700, line up on way 22 right and wait.
He came after us.
Departing chapter, stand up, runway 22 right, Austrian 6 Yankee.
Berlin 310 Romeo, be ready for departure as well.
Yeah, Berlin 310 Romeo, just need an aircraft in front of you. He's going on to the left, so it would be better for him at the moment.
Okay.
Austrian 6 Yankee, departure frequency 124.975, the wind 310 degrees at 7, you are clear for takeoff, runway 22 right.
Departure frequency 124.975, and clear for takeoff runway 22 right, taxi by Austrian 6 Yankee.
Bye-bye. Air Berlin 310 Romeo, line up runway 22 right and wait.
Air Berlin 310 Romeo, line up runway 22 right and wait. Okay.
Austrian 30
Cabin crew,
Papa,
please take your seats for departure.
Yes, Austrian 30 Papa, holding short.
Austrian 30 Papa, cross runway 12 approved, taxi via Alpha 1 for holding position runway 22 right.
Crossing runway 12 and taxi Alpha 1 for holding position 22 right. Austrian 30 Papa.
Castle Tower, KLM 1128 with you at holding short at Foxtrot runway 30.
KLM 1128, continue taxi via Foxtrot and Alpha, crossing 12 approved for Alpha 2, holding position 22 right.
Can you repeat it, KLM 1128?
Yeah, KLM 1128, crossing 12 is approved. Continue taxi via Alpha 2 for holding position.
Is it just me or does the
right.
Phoenix need a little bit, quite a bit of thrust at low weight?
Via Alpha, then holding point Alpha 2, runway 22 right, KLM 1128.
Berlin 310 Romeo, departure frequency 124.975, the winds 310 degrees at 7, you're clear for takeoff 22 right.
Berlin 310 Romeo, 124.975 when airborne, and runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff. Okay, below the line, takeoff runway 22 right, packs off before takeoff checks complete, timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Man flag 65, SOS runway, auto thrust blue. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
For departure, I have one departure ahead of you, so I can make a little bit space from the departures.
100 knots.
Austrian 3, Oscar Papa, line up runway 22 right and wait.
V1, rotate.
Right and wait.
Gear up. Positive rate. LNAV. Or NAV. Okay, one might be autopilot fly a little bit. Good main departure, good evening, Berlin 310 Romeo, 2100 climbing 70 on the Nixon 1 Charlie.
476, Yankee, fully by Fenix. Austrian 6 Yankee, fully by Fenix. Taxi, Austrian 6 Yankee. Hello, Berlin 310 Romeo, departure, identified, time level 190.
Berlin 310 Romeo, climb flight level 190. Set, 190 checked. Okay, set standard. Passing 3-1, climbing, quite a bit higher. And the after takeoff climb checklist. Landing her up, flaps retracted, packs on, altimeters. Standard, after takeoff climb checklist complete. So just a quick one while I see it, as the situation is still fresh in our minds. Somebody asked in the chat if it happens often in real life that ATC is not as organized. Now, I wouldn't even say that the ATC here wasn't organized, because he probably had a plan like, my departure was going to the left and then the other guy was probably turning to the right, then he can reduce the separation between the two aircraft. So maybe it was a tactical decision. But on VATSIM you never know 100%, it might also just have been coincidence, or he might have forgotten who's been there earlier, but if in any doubt, let's assume that he did it on purpose as a tactical decision. Okay, engine ATS on.
Hello, Austrian 30 Bravo, departure identified time, to flight level 190. Landing 190.
And engine ATS off. Passing 100. 35, plan 35. And monitoring 1 to 1.5. Complete.
Then please report up to Zurich, thank you.
So now starts the Airbus boredom again.
Contact Copenhagen 1-1.375.
1-1.375, Airplane 310 Romeo.
After 47, what you're looking for, 724. I'll tell you. The 9 is Papa Copenhagen, how is it?
Could you pass the fine, go ahead.
The Papa 780 after 47, north to 275.
The same flight of 80 after quarter, 2 loads, Foxtrot arrival, 399 Papa.
Copenhagen, good evening, Airplane 310 Romeo, passing 138, climbing 190, inward beast time. Good here, climb flight level 280, Airplane 310 Romeo. Do you have CPDLC?
Negative.
No problem. Yeah, set. 280 checked. It's interesting that he says that it's too busy for CPDLC. Basically, CPDLC is supposed to relieve the controller of the workload because he can send several more messages to aircraft in a set period of time compared to having to say everything. And because it's much more clear to the pilots, because you can just read the message instead of having to understand it, which may be difficult due to different English skills or accents that you're not used to and so on. So CPDLC is actually supposed to be a relief and not an extra workload. But anyway.
Last 40 seconds. I'm sure you're not supposed to reach by the Copenhagen on 166 and 105. Okay, thanks.
211 level 31.
Alright, so let's see if there's anything more that we can do at the moment, but I don't really think so. No, not really. Now it's all waiting again. There's really something I prefer the 737 for. It's we've got a little bit more stuff to do, while in the Airbus now we're basically sitting here waiting. Waiting and watching, of course, monitoring systems and stuff, but it would be, in my opinion, a little bit nicer if you just had the opportunity to do a little bit more here. Then again, we can of course enjoy the lovely weather, the lovely views and the sunset as they come along.
Reducing speed to 250 knots and flight level 80, that's over our number. 8 whiskey, let's go direct to next.
So someone's asking in the comment what the call sign is. It's Air Berlin 310 Yankee. Just like I've just gotten another comment here asking how the aircraft is, because Hayden is currently considering buying it, or if there are many bugs. The answer is, Of course there are bugs. It's a newly released airplane, so that is to be expected. However, are there any significant bugs? Well, yesterday's continuous retard was a little annoying, but that didn't happen on my last flight, and I couldn't find too many reports of it elsewhere anyway, so it was probably a one-off. So the systems themselves are not very buggy, and that's to be expected because they're using the VATSIM A320 software. So basically it is a long-established software that's been on the market for several years already, that's working in the background there. So the systems are performing quite as expected, which is pretty well. The integration of the system seems to be pretty good as well. I mean, this is just my third flight, so it's hard to tell for now, but that's quite alright. So yeah, I would definitely recommend getting it. I mean, the price is $49.99 British pounds. If I convert that to euros, when I bought it yesterday, it turned out to be around about 60 euros. So that's pretty similar to the PMDG 737, which is just about 6 or 7 euros more. So I think it's definitely great value for money. So yeah, definitely, I would recommend it. So someone's asking, is there any reason that in Europe they have alphabets included in the call sign at times? Yes, there is a reason. That's because using just numbers, the European airspace just got too busy. If everybody was just using their flight numbers, it would just get too cramped, and the chances for confusion would be too big. Like you'd have a Lufthansa 1, an Alpine 1, an Easy 1, Speedbird 1, probably all at the same time. So that's something you want to avoid, and that's why we are using those letters in the call signs as well. So question down there, is it worth the cash considering... 123.925, Airplane 310 Romeo, bye bye. So these guys should have CPDLC, let's see. Probably Echo Delta Whiskey Alpha, I guess. But we'll find out.
Delta Alpha Echo, right heading 160 Right heading 160 Delta. Is Echo confirmed here for Airbus Delta North PTR?
Bremen Radar, schönen guten Abend, Herr Berlin, 310 Yankee, Flight Level 280 in Montgomery.
Berlin 310 Romeo, Radar 1
Jo, stimmt. Confirm your CPDLC log on for Air Berlin 310 Romeo?
I don't know why, all the time I have my CPDLC logging off or off.
Okay, no problems, and we're looking for level 350. He doesn't care. No, he probably heard it but doesn't have anything to say about it for now. Looking at the TCAS, there seems to be one guy ahead, so we'll probably have to wait until he's made up a little bit more distance before we can actually climb. Right, so another question there, if I'd like to fly some bigger Boeings at some point in my career, like the 777 or 787, or the 777X. Yeah, I probably would. But of course, flying a different aircraft is also a matter of different lifestyle, and at least right now, I don't know 100% yet. But if I had an opportunity to fly, for example, a 757 or maybe an Airbus 220 or Airbus 320, then I would probably do it if it was a similar lifestyle than what I can have right now in my present company. Some was saying there, is it worth the cash considering how good the fly-by-wire is? Then I would say that yes, it is. The fly-by-wire is a great freeware aircraft, but it's not comparable really. Or rather, it would be an unfair comparison between the Fenix and the fly-by-wire. The Fenix is payware quality and not freeware quality. The fly-by-wire is beyond normal freeware quality, that's for sure. But then again, the fly-by-wire, you still see that it's still very much a work in progress. And the Fenix is just a lot more complete, and it's payware quality. It's just something totally different. And would I consider it worth the cash? Yeah, I would. Someone's asking, why is the attitude indicator moving the opposite way on airliners compared to small aircraft? I honestly don't know what the history is behind that. It's just working like this. Maybe it's because it's easier to implement on the old school style mechanical instruments that you typically find on small aircraft. Berlin 310 Romeo, climb flight level 350. Set. 350 check. Cross line climb, all blue.
Alpine 78, the Mike Clement, Mike Director. Dynamic Zulu Radar mine identified.
Hello, 229, we are reaching Alpha Copenhagen.
Der 229er descent flight limit 260.
Flight level 260, last 229er.
Anima wing 208, okay. We go to the right, the men are more inside of the deck.
And we go 450 wicket, right up 350.
Go 450, being right up mine there. I will find them and into my gift, sorry, climb the 70. So the 8% for the plus. Shut up 118, respect to 3%. And then look to the 118, close position for you back. And the 5 Tango taxi via this one in Bravo 4, holding 2.8. Yep, Zulu 1, Bravo 4, holding 20. The 118 behind it crossing Airbus A320 from right to left, respective to straight out. After that cross, forward to left. Right medium. Device 318 Bravo, contact command 126 050. they might contact Bremen, what is
(123.225), Gravity 88, Mike, danke, ciao.
So Jeff is actually just posting the question that I've been waiting to get for a while. What do you usually do when you get bored in your actual flights? Do you have a book to read or something of the likes to pass time? Yeah, reading a book is one option. Of course, not without sacrificing the instrument monitoring or ATC monitoring. But reading a book is definitely an option, and it's something that we're actually allowed to do. Contrary to, I know that there are many people thinking that we just take out our personal iPads and watch Netflix. No, that's not what we do. That's not happening. But reading a book is a chance, or rather is a possibility. Other things like, you can always take your electronic flight bag, start reading some company manuals, revising the AFCOM, or reading the operations manual, part A, B or C, or part D if you're really anxious. Of course, chatting with the other pilots is usually an option as well. I still find it amazing how easily airlines manage to get people with matching personalities in the flight decks. So, with a vast majority of colleagues, it's very easy actually to have small talk and come up with some not totally dumb topics. So that's something. Just today, I've been called from my standby at 5 in the morning, and like, yeah, we need you there within 60 minutes. 124.175, Evelyn 310 Romeo, tschüss.
Number 55 Tango, wind is 290, release 1 knot, commit.
Bremen Radar, guten Abend, Herr Berlin 310 Romeo, Flight Level 350 inbound Nebu. Okay, so let's go on with that. So yeah, other stuff you do, chatting with the cabin crew for sure. In some cases we're actually just looking through some airport charts. I remember one case where a captain on a Canaries flight showed me a chart of, I believe it was Detroit, where they have the KISS 2 arrival going over the waypoints Tinder and stuff like that. So, or there was also an RNAV approach somewhere called the Yellow Road approach or something like that. And then you had the waypoints yellow, or the waypoints are follow Yellow Road. Stuff like that, you know, just to kill some time. So someone's saying, I personally think you should be staring out the front window constantly during cruise. Well, believe me, on my first couple of flights, whenever I had nothing to do, I was just looking outside and enjoying the views, because it was so different from the flight simulator. Now, even with MSFS, we're getting closer, but the weather is still nothing like what the real weather looks like from the outside. And remember, before ATC interrupted me, I said that I have been called from standby this morning, be there within 60 minutes to operate 4 sectors throughout Europe. And one of those well, the first 2 sectors were rather short, just under an hour, so that was rather easy. And then the other sectors were like an hour and 35 flight time each way. So we've had a little bit of time there, and believe it or not, we were actually chatting about my YouTube channel and thinking about some new ideas and possibilities, and actually about the whole idea behind the channel and how it's being received, what the audience looks like, stuff like this.
And 310 Copenhagen, it's a Red Angel Takeoff.
Right, and someone's asking there, do I play I Spy? I actually haven't heard that yet, so I don't know. Couple of other games I do play occasionally, even though really not regularly, so don't even ask me to stream them because I'm not a gamer. I'm really not a gamer. At least by far not good enough that it would be worth streaming anything of it. But some other games I play include U-Boat from Steam, where you are basically commanding a U-boat crew of a German World War II submarine and then carrying out missions. And another game that I play from time to time is a War on the Sea, where you are playing as admiral either of the United States Navy or the Japanese Navy in the Second World War in the Guadalcanal campaigns. And 123 decimal 225 Aberlin 310 Romeo, tschüss. Bremen Radar, guten Abend, Herr Berlin 310 Romeo, Flight Level 350 inbound M-Box. Okay, we've got a company message there, let's see what that is. Berlin operations, no ADC required. Okay, perfect. So they have all the data apparently. Let's quickly do some design planning as well here. Landu, flight level 300, no, definitely not. Let's put that -110. That should enable more or less a straight-in approach. So that gives us new top of descent at 189 miles, alright. So, a little bit more time to relax. Of course, the most important thing you do in cruise, put the seat all the way back that you can stretch your legs. So, someone's asking, can the company listen to the cockpit recordings? Well, not without reason, so luckily there's still some data protection in force, so if you mess anything up that requires the cockpit voice recorder circuit breaker to be pulled, then yeah, of course they can listen to it, but normally they cannot. But I'm waiting for the day where some company, some authority, and some autocratic country might start introducing something like that. I'm really just waiting for it. But I really hope that I never have to actually see it happen. So, Aiden is asking, how did I pay for flight school? How long did it take to get through it? What age would you say you're too old to start getting into it for a career? So, how did I pay for flight school? I've been pretty lucky. Just after I finished my A-levels, I have gotten a job with Aerosoft in flight simulation and working as both a customer support officer as well as a tester for their products. And that job has definitely earned me the money to pay for my ATPL, so I've been able to pay it up front. Then how long did it take for me to get through flight school? By the time I joined the professional flight school, I've already had like 200 and a bit hours on the Cessna 172 and Piper 28, so I picked up at that point with the ATPL theory and then everything that's not single engine piston PPL flying. And that took me, I believe, 15 months, something like that. And at what age would I say you're too old to start getting into an aviation career? Honestly, that's a question I can't really answer. My simulator body in my type rating was 36 at the time, and it was his first pilot job because he had 2 other careers prior to becoming an airline pilot. So even at that age you can still start with it. Of course you should be aware of the salaries you can expect and of the times it takes to become a commander. So if you start your career say at the age of say 35, and then in some airlines it might take you 12-13 years to take the command upgrade, then you're around about 50 by the time you become a captain. So it's a calculation then whether it's worth it financially, because as a first officer most certainly you don't earn too much money, but you earn enough that you can make a good living of it and that you can pay back your ATPL, but you cannot, for example, buy a house with it or pay for a whole family. For that you really need captain salary, so that's the main thing I would consider here in terms of age. So, Aiden is saying, sounds like I play some awesome games. Yeah, I hope so. But, well, as said, I wouldn't consider myself good enough in them to, you know, match up against the professional gamers. Martin is asking, how complicated is it to program and use holding patterns on a flight management simulator on a simulator? It's not complicated at all. For the 737 I've actually done a tutorial on those, so if you check out my channel you are going to find that tutorial. So Eli is asking, could I talk about Fenix versus Aerosoft professional Airbuses? Yeah, I certainly can. Let me start by saying this. I have a feeling that the Fenix A320 cockpit looks very similar to the Aerosoft cockpit. Of course, the Aerosoft has been around first, but I believe the reason why it looks so similar is because they are both using the same style of designing a cockpit. So I'm not suggesting that anybody might have copied from anyone here, don't get me wrong on that. Even though we've had it in the past with another company that provenly stole from Aerosoft. But let's keep that where it is now. So Fenix, the cockpit I would say looks a little similar, probably a tiny bit better, but we'll have to see what Aerosoft is going to come up with for the MSFS aircraft. And talking about the systems, the Fenix is of course way ahead of the Aerosoft. Basically the system integration themselves is the ProSim Airbus, so that's more advanced and more complete than the Aerosoft systems. And then of course Fenix, I tend to say, have themselves inspired by what's been available in both P3D Airbuses, so the Aerosoft and the FS Labs with all the AOC stuff and the uplink stuff, and they integrated it well. So I would say that all in all the Fenix is a more complete version for sure, and probably a little bit more polished one as well than the Aerosoft Airbus. Now, of course, that is from a standpoint where I'm appreciating all the advanced features and where I'm eventually going to get out a flight crew operations manual and start reading into them. If you're looking into, you know, just hopping in, programming it and using the normal procedures, then the Aerosoft is probably quite a good aircraft for you as well. So when they are going to release the Airbus A330 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I believe is coming first, then that's probably a pretty good aircraft to get. As long as you are just using normal procedures, because that's what the Aerosoft is aimed for, and that's what it's doing rather okay. It got its bugs, no doubt about it, and it's for sure also a little bit more buggy than the Fenix is right now. But then again, that kinda comes with the Aerosoft. But if they release it for a good price, then I certainly wouldn't say that no, you should not touch it at all. Someone's saying there Aerosoft is FS Labs, right? No, that's not. Aerosoft and FS Labs, or in the long name VATSIM Labs, is two entirely different companies, and they've competed in the prepared area, so in the P3D area, with the A320 series aircraft, where FS Labs did the study level aircraft, and Aerosoft did some more simplified aircraft that were aimed at the normal operations of the airplane. Well, the FS Labs included stuff like the non-normals, or many non-normals, and some of the more advanced stuff that pilots wouldn't use on every day. So Aiden is saying there as going back to the discussion we've just had about whether it's worth or not to get the to start a pilot career. So he says he's 28 years old, and honestly, 28, you can still do it. A friend of mine who is 26 years old is just about starting it now and just signing up for flight school. So I don't think that at 28 you could do it as well. So Colin's asking, how would I compare the FS Labs to the Fenix? Now that's the big question, and I'm certainly going to do a video on that in the future, because that deserves more than just a quick answer. But before I can do that video, I first of all need to really get some hours on the Fenix so that I'm able to compare them. I've got, it might even be 1,000 hours on the FS Labs. I stopped counting them. So I want at least like 40-50 hours-ish on the Fenix before I'll start doing that comparison, because I want it to be one based on experience and not just on a first impression. And I'm doing my third flight on the aircraft right now on the Fenix, and I honestly still consider this a first impression. So Dennis is asking a little bit further up, who decides who is the FP and MP? I guess he means flying pilot and monitoring pilot. And that is determined in a crew effort. Usually, if we are doing a 4-sector day, then it's mostly the first officer doing the first sector, the captain doing the second and third, and the first officer doing the 4th sector again. But that changes, like, if we have a 4-sector day and, let's say for example, I know that the approach to the on the 3rd sector is a very interesting one or a challenging one that I want to do, and I ask the captain like, would you mind if I do the 3rd sector? Then usually it's no problem at all. 133.225 Air Berlin 5, correction 310 Romeo, tschüss. What did I say now? I forgot again. Let's see. I think it was this. München Radar Low, Air Berlin 310 Romeo, flight level 350 inbound, Sodrop. Yep, it was.
British radar, hello. Inner 7 Bravo, follow 360.
Now, as some people are just commenting that like, oh, you've got so many 1,000 hours, wow. Honestly, I did a lot of those hours doing long flights like Germany to the Canaries in the simulator while I was learning my ATPL theory, because I just always loaded up the simulator with a flight, and then I learned en route. So if I did those Canary flights, it was usually like half an hour simming, getting it airborne, then 3.5 hours studying, and then again an hour or so landing it, turning it around, departing back, and then another 3.5 hours of studying, like this. So someone's asking how many sectors do I fly per day on average. It's usually 4 sectors from where I'm based, because I'm, yeah, well, in Europe, and there's always many destinations available. So mostly it's 2 medium-ish sectors, like 2 hours, combined with another 2 sectors that's in the region of about an hour and a half. Alright, we're slowly nearing our top of descent, so let's actually start doing something useful again. Well, answering your questions is of course something useful as well, don't get me wrong on that. But I meant something that actually helps the flight.
Rob. Going China 87 München, hello, identified. Lufthansa 137 München, hello, do you receive? Lufthansa 137, go ahead. Lufthansa 137, no identified.
Can I actually dim the electronic flight back somehow? Because it just seems really bright to me at the moment. Oh, yeah, I can. Alright, perfect.
Good afternoon, radar. C4 Victor.
So we should probably start with this. My flight, I'm looking for Munich. Oh no, this is what I'm looking for. Arrival. Let's get Natus here. Munich information uniform from 1820. So that's like over an hour old. Okay. Vectors ILS from 26 right, from in use 26 left and 26 right. Okay, so they say 26 right only here. Transition 60330 at 6 variable 310010 Kavak 90 degrees 1019. Okay. That's alright.
Better 365, contact North Bremen 11225.
So we have 26 right in the active flight plan. Let's put 26 left in the secondary then, just in case. Unit 26 right will take 105 and Munich 26 right with 10 miles. Okay, for the go around we're going to need Delta Mike November on both radios here. And what's it called again? Mike India Quebec on the ADFs. Like this. So VOR1, ADF2. Munich 26 right, so let's see over here real quick. Forecast is okay, so 101. What did I say it was? 1019, 19 degrees. And the wind is 330 at 6. Transition level 60. We've got to look the momentums up. So parking stance east-west taxi chart. Then for the arrival, we said we have the Landu 26 RNAV transition. That's this one. Then we'll take the chart ILS 26 right and ILS 26 left. And and for the 26 right, minimum 1649. Right, let's see real quick. This looks like 26 right. Got a vacated Alpha 4, Alpha 6, so let's do some mathematics here. Roll performance, Munich, runways, 26 right, it's dry runway. It's going to take the latest meta here. And then the landing weight is going to be, let's see, 63.1 at the moment. Rubber fuel 37. We're burning 600 kilos. Give me a landing weight of 62.5.
Requisition Valencia 2 for Victor.
Okay, vielen Dank. Check.
Jetzt geht's wieder. Low auto brake, auto reverse. Let's see what flap 3 is gonna give us. 2,343. Auto thrust off. Interesting that auto thrust off is giving us less landing distance than auto thrust on. But that's fine. So 2,500 meters, that's going to bring us to the second exit. Using config 3. Alright. So that's about it. Berlin 310 Romeo, just confirm Unicom. Are you guys going offline already?
Ich habe gerade kein sorry.
Oh, okay.
Berlin 2 Charlie Unicom on display. Berlin 2 Charlie Unicom on display.
That is unfortunate. I mean, they have an event at the moment. They're sending us on Unicom. Let's quickly check what's online. Oh, they are still fully there. So it's probably, we're flying a small part through a Czech airspace, I believe. Probably it's just the Czech who are not online. Should get to contact me again soon, I think. Alright. And just for the fun of it, I'll just go back on the frequency so that we have some ATC in the background.
Vielen Dank, schönen Abend noch, tschüss.
I'm just wondering, I've got the train display activated here, but it's actually not showing me any numbers. I don't see any train returns as well. Has anybody seen that yet? I would be expecting to see my terrain map now. Apparently, it's not showing me anything. Okay, let's start our descent then. 250 initially, let's see what's gonna happen. Descent, out blue, 250.
Lufthansa 7 Romeo Mike, contact now plane and 11225. 134 Victor, Bremen
13225, Valencia 3 for Victor.
134 Victor 1,
12325, Valencia 3 for Victor.
Valencia 7 Bravo,
Valencia 37 Bravo.
further check. Last station calling, call sign again. You're 5 Alpha. Alpha, you're 5 Alpha, München,
So, more drag. Let's actually give it a little bit, see what's gonna happen. Aha, contact me, 123.9.
So,
across the ATIS again. Uniform.
Is there 455?
Cavity 08 at Mike, to left heading 110.
Yes, 110 delayed at Mike.
München, guten Abend, Herr Berlin, 310 Romeo, descend level 200 in Mount Roding, information uniform.
Berlin 310 Romeo, hello, identified. Proceed direct Delta Mike 438, descend flight level 100.
Alright, Delta Mike 438, descend flight level 100, Herr Berlin 310 Romeo. Set. And checked, direct, Delta Mike. Okay, it's actually not in the flight plan, then we'll just put it in ourselves.
110 Lufthansa 310. Berlin 310 Romeo, speed 270 knots.
Berlin 310 Romeo, confirm 210.
Active 270 knots.
Perfect, 270 knots, Berlin 310 Romeo.
Das wäre ein bisschen arg langsam.
Genau das dachte ich mir. Okay, so insert this, then direct, 438, insert, so that is directly on the final, very good. So the final is
Negative 118.825.
Copy. 118.825. Wizard 455.
So we'll do it like this.
Cavity 08 at Mike, turn left heading 090.
And now we're actually a little bit high.
Cavity 08 at Mike, call only, contact direct 118.825.
118.825, call only, Cavity 08 at Mike, control.
Also 6013, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Wizard currently 6,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Lufthansa 2322, further uniform issues.
Right, seatbelts on, and we've got a company message. Let's see what that is.
Lufthansa 1833, descend flight level 90.
TLX. Oh yeah, V-pilot relayed, please contact me. Fine.
Color 6 from a Golf, hello, identified. Turn right by 10 degrees, stand flight level 15 strong. Right by 10, new heading 151, land, right from the Condor. Condor 6 from a Golf, right by 10, field level is 150. What do you read? Secure fast, stand flight level 150, heading 150, Condor 6 Okay, it's weird you're broken on my frequency. It seems to be voice levels, so I think we should at the moment. Yeah, but the readback was good now. Okay, Lufthansa 3 Victor Romeo, low identified. Cleared B1226 transition, descent flight level 110. Descent 110, cleared B1226 Victor Romeo. Lufthansa 7 Tango Mike, identified, descent flight level 110, 2,500
descent,
later.
speed, the speed brake is stowed.
Lufthansa 6013, speed 220 knots. Berlin 31.
Oh, what's that light doing here?
Berlin 310 Romeo, descent 7,000 feet, QNH 1020.
Berlin 310 Romeo, descend 7,000, QNH 1020.
Yeah, and need a little further right field to left by 10.
Berlin 310 Romeo, confirm left by 10.
Affirm, left by 10.
Roger.
Hello, 6 Romeo Golf, proceed
So that's 189. Video, descend.
Lufthansa 6013, contact director 118.825, calls only.
118.825, ciao.
And 1020. 13.2 for 7, no flag, stand by set.
132.65 Stanza 3, Papa Kilo, descend flight level 80, C250. Line 5 Echo Delta, identified Kilo 26 transition, descend flight level 1.
This doesn't actually look too bad, except for the diesel point that's somewhere in the nowhere over there.
Cleared vocal 26 position, descend flight level 120 at Line 5 Echo Delta.
Berlin 310 Romeo, contact director 118 825, Falcon.
118 is Malay 25, Berlin 310 Romeo, tschüss.
Stanza 1833.
Director low, Abilene 310 Romeo. 26 right, heading 205, Abilene 310 Romeo. Abilene 310 Romeo, expect 26 right, heading 205. How do you read?
Approach with the 455, establish on localization. 455, right,
So, below 100, let's go back to 50.
Speed 170 knots with the 455. Right, 65. Correction,
What's going on with the lights here? They're flickering. Are they supposed to do that?
118.7 with the 455.
Abilene 310 Romeo, descend 4,000 feet, 1020.
Tower with your 45.
Okay, set 4,000, 1020. And thrust low, descent. Abilene 310 Romeo, right heading 230. Vertical speed. Speed too fast there, Abilene 310 Romeo. Yeah, we're flying that anyway. So let's do the approach checks real quick. Provided we can find the checklist. Here it is. MD-ADH, 1649 set, engine mode selector, normal, approach checklist complete. It's funny how there are so many different Airbus checklists. Abilene 310 Romeo, speed 220. Okay, approach phase is active, and we'll just go back to manage speed now. Berlin 310 Romeo, are we cleared for the approach? Present heading, clear to left 26 right, Berlin 310 Romeo. Okay, approach armed. And autopilot 12. Speed glass star, log star. 170 greater until 60 ME, Evelyn 51, correction 310 Romeo. Okay, flaps 1. Speed checked.
Contact kilo left 040.
Formula 8.7, Evelyn 310 Romeo, tschüss.
User 455, contact ground 11975, bye-bye.
With the 445.
User 455, negative 11975.
Correction, 121.975 with the 455.
Correct, bye-bye.
Hello, Berlin 310 Romeo, ILS 26 right.
Berlin 310
2500.
Terrain noted. Flaps 2. Okay, 170 until 5 is what ATC wanted.
This is a 1833 München Tower, good evening, number 3.
Okay, gear down. Flap 3. Landing checklist. Landing gear, down 3 green, ECAM, landing no blue, landing checks complete. Checked. Yeah, if I could see the disconnect button I would do it properly, but I don't. Berlin 310 Romeo, short final. Okay, looks like the voice servers on VATSIM just died. 500 continue. Okay, there's nobody on the runway. Does anybody else see the green light from the tower? The one that's indicating that we're clear to land? So let's go ahead and do that.
100 above.
Checked.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
And welcome to Munich. Speed brake up, thrust as normal. Right, we set second or third exit. 100 knots. $80 knots. $60 knots. Manual brakes. Alright, we should be clear enough of the exit that people can vacate behind us. So let's quickly clean it up and then we'll see what just happened to ATC. So it seems like the frequency is dead. Let's see if the ground frequency works. Nope. Maybe reconnect. See what happens. Berlin 310 Romeo, radio check on 1187.
So, jetzt scheint wieder zu funktionieren. Air Berlin 310 Romeo. Can you read me? Read you 5?
Jo, read you 5. Musst mich einmal aus und wieder einloggen.
Die Voice Server war gerade mal wieder disconnected. Dann für dich 1-to-1, das 975.
1-to-1 975, Air Berlin 310 Romeo, yup. München Grand Hello, Air Berlin 510 Romeo. Oh no, now VPilot froze with the transmit key on. I really hope I'm not transmitting right now.
Air Berlin 310 Romeo, München Count.
Air Berlin 310 Romeo, hello, radio 5 now.
Air Berlin 310 Romeo, taxi to entry November 1 via Mike Alpha 4.
Entry November 1, Mike Alpha 4, Air Berlin 310 Romeo. So apparently, according to deliveries information, audio for VATSIM is just undergoing some maintenance. I guess since it's all just hobbyist developers doing it, there is no way around doing it from prime time on the weekend, because that's when they have time as well, right? So, Mike Alpha 4 landed up here, so Mike is that one, and then Alpha 4. Okay, should be right then left.
Lufthansa 6013, München Count.
Let's see if we can get to do some single engine taxi at least. Berlin 310 Romeo, for us it helped if we just reconnected to VATSIM. Maybe you can recommend the other pilots that via text as well.
Lufthansa 6013, München Count.
Okay, so he's holding. That's good. And we are going to the left, Alpha 4. But he's pretty darn close. That should be fine.
Berlin 310 Romeo, contact München, apron 121.775, bye bye.
121.775, Berlin 310 Romeo, tschüss.
7 erreicht, wir würden dann einmal nochmal neue Passagiere aufnehmen und würden uns dann nachher nochmal melden.
Delta Lima Hotel.
Apron hello, Berlin 310 Romeo, November 1.
Berlin 310 Romeo, Apron, schönen guten Abend, Stand 188, Whiskey 1, die Blue Line.
Stand 188, Whiskey 1, Blue Line, Berlin 310 Romeo.
Was there 455?
So the Wizz Air is not on its frequency yet. Anyway, APU is available. We'll shut on engine number 2. Saves a little bit of fuel. So, looks like this might take about a while.
You're 2 Echo Romeo?
So Stan is going to be at the southern end of the terminals on the right hand side there. I should just have gone the other way. Okay, yeah, so while we're waiting, let's start with a little bit of feedback and some of the questions already. So, my second and third flight on the Fenix A320, what do I think of it? I think that my first impression from yesterday was probably into the right direction. So, systems integration coming from the ProSim is definitely alright. Sounds, yeah, they are alright to use it, no doubt about that. Especially concerning the price point. So the sounds are quite alright, even though there can be some more improvement, but how often are you going to find a product where there's no improvement possible? So, with all of that said, what's my opinion on the aircraft at the moment? I would say that at the given price point, around about €7 cheaper than the PMDG 737, it's definitely a good aircraft. And does it hold up to the PMDG? My first opinion, yeah, it does. There are some shortcomings, of course. Nothing's perfect, so pretty much like I pointed them out yesterday. But let's see what Fenix is working on. I've heard in the comments already that a new update's been released while I've been flying this, so I am going to try the new update tomorrow, I hope. And then we'll hear back on what it's actually going to look like. Yeah, apart from that, it does seem like another Airbus. And well, thinking about it a little bit more, I think the reason I'm saying this is, quota, just another Airbus, is probably because it is. The Fenix doesn't seem to have anything like totally way new that we haven't seen before in earlier Airbus add-ons. It has the good graphics of the Aerosoft Airbus with good systems like the Flight Simulabs Airbus, but it's more or less combining these two ideas. So, all in all, I think that's a good thing though, because the Aerosoft looked much better. I never really liked the looks of the Flight Simulabs Airbus, So it combines the good looks of the Aerosoft with a good idea behind the systems of the FS Labs. Even though probably right now it's maybe a little bit behind the FS Labs in terms of the systems, even though it does have offset and step climbs. Woohoo! But I think for an initial release that's quite fine, certainly for the price point it's at. So I would say it is definitely a good add-on. Would I recommend it? Yep, absolutely. And the reason I'm thinking it's just another Airbus is probably because it's doing its thing right. So I would expect it to be just another Airbus. So that's nothing bad at all, but actually take it as a compliment, like, yeah, it's not 100% as good in terms of the immersion as the Flight Sim Labs one was, but
soweit ich das mit dem Tower abgesprochen habe, hätte ich sonst über Bravo 1-0 rausgehen können.
Delta Lima Hotel, Dankeschön, das ist verstanden, ich rufe den Tower.
Yeah, after all, my feedback is, yep, it's definitely a recommendable aircraft. Not perfect. Maybe a little bit overhyped. I think I need to say that. Like, the hype was really going like, yeah, it's going to be the next perfect add-on. It's not. It's a very good add-on, but it's far from perfect. So we have to be that fair. But if we forget about all the hype and everything, then I would say then we have a solid add-on here that has potential for some stuff to be done better. And I'm very sure that Fenix is going to deliver on doing some things better with updates. So all of that said, it's a good add-on. It definitely is. So now, I'm actually excited to see now what you guys are thinking of it. So put it in the comments below. I'm going to stay online with the stream for a short while to get this going and to see what you guys are going to say about this feedback. I really appreciated the feedback I've gotten on yesterday's streams, by the way. Most certainly the constructive feedback that's been given, with people saying, like, no, you're biased and what you're saying is total bullshit. Because getting those different opinions is actually something that I'm really happy to get. Because, of course, I'm seeing this from my point of view. First of all, as somebody who's flying a real Boeing, but then of course as somebody who's been using the FS Labs Airbus for a long while and who's been working in a flight simulation for a long while as well. So I'm very sure that I've got a slightly different opinion on some of the stuff than some others of you. There's actually one comment below yesterday's stream, unfortunately in German, but a couple of English ones as well, that I just want to talk about a little bit. And in order to do that, give me a second just to dig that German comment up, and then we're going to talk it into. Then we're going to talk about it in a little bit more detail. Give me 1 second. So, while I'm still searching for the German comment, let's start with an English one on yesterday's video. And that one is saying, that seemed a bit biased, considering how real-world Airbus pilots are giving praise to this plane. And let's talk about that for a second. So, I'm aware that some real-world Airbus pilots are giving some pretty good comments about those about the Fenix Airbus, and here's my opinion of why I think that many real-life pilots who are doing streaming, probably myself on an unconscious level when I'm streaming on the 737 as well, are probably praising add-ons a bit more than they actually deserve to be praised. And this probably goes for myself when I'm talking about the 737 as well. So keep that in mind. So the thing is the perspective from which you see the add-ons. If I'm seeing this from a perspective of a professional pilot having flown the real aircraft for quite a while, then it's probably amazing to see how, let's call it, close you can actually get. But we also see this from a perspective, at least I personally do, and I know I've spoken to a couple of famous streamers as well, and they probably see it from the same point. We always see from a point like we are not expecting a 100% replica of our real airplane, but we're expecting something that is nice to use, that's fun to use, that gives you a general idea of the airplane. And a general idea in this case includes some failure simulation, like I've done it on my own channel. And now what I'm doing when I'm giving feedback of the Fenix is I'm more looking into the hype that's been spread about the airplane and into what has been promised from the developers, or rather what has not been promised from the developers, but what has been suggested and what people have been led to believe. And I'll have to put this 100% straight, that goes for the 737, but it also goes for any other aircraft add-on in Microsoft Flight Simulator. They are not perfect copies of the real aircraft. And as much as I've praised the 737 myself, there are still so many differences to the real airplane. And there is so much that's different that you can't even try to sort all of that out and to get it to that 100% state that I would personally love to see. So when I'm saying that the 737 is an excellent add-on, then it's in this context, in the context of what has been achieved with it and what it has turned into, but not in the context that it's a 100% replica of the real airplane. So when I see people saying like, yeah, this is 100% the real thing, then I'm always like, no, it's not. And I can easily, on the 737, make a list of 20 items within a matter of minutes that are wrong, and that are rather big as well. And that is something that I have to say, I'm very sure that any of the Airbus pilots praising this add-on could do the same with the Fenix. So I'm seeing a little bit from this perspective when I'm giving my critique on it. That goes for the Fenix, but I'm very sure that if somebody else, let's say if a real-life Airbus pilot would watch my 737 videos, he would say the same about me. Because I believe that's how it psychologically just gets you into this situation as a real-life pilot and streamer. You tend to say how great things are because you are impressed with the many things that are right, but it makes it very easy to overlook the many things that are wrong, or rather to blind them out, to accept them as the simulator can't do it. I'm going to give you one example for this from my own videos, from the PMDG 737-700 for Microsoft Flight Simulator review. And in that review, I've been doing an autoland, or rather an automatic approach to Payne Field, and did a go-around, a low-level go-around at like 200 feet or so. The LNAV routing was totally messed up. I had to go into heading select to continue flying this. And in the debrief in the video, I didn't even remember saying that the LNAV is currently really not good and that it needed a lot of further work. And that's just because I got so used to it during the testing phase, and that I got so used to it during the flying phase, and because it was already like this in P3D. So that's how I then got to forget to actually mention that. And it wasn't because like I'm sure some people will say, yeah, I'm a tech team tester, so I can't say anything negative. No, I can say it straight out right now that the LNAV model is in serious need of an update in the PMDG 737. And I'm very sure that it is going to be similar with Airbus pilots testing the Fenix. So then let's quickly go further down to actually find the German comment that I talked about. And I just found it. So I'm just going to go right to the point here, because I want to go back to the other video and start reading my own and start reading your comments on the stream. So the first one was comparison if I forgot the price politics. So if I forgot the price difference between the FS Labs and P3D and the Fenix and MSFS. And I have not forgotten about that. I know that the Fenix is quite a bit cheaper than the VATSIM Labs Airbus, but that is for a very good reason. And that's why I'm measuring it against the same quality, because that's what the Fenix advertisement suggested. Same, by the way, for the PMDG 737. And the simple reason why it's cheaper in MSFS is that there is like 10 or 20 times as many customers available. So you simply sell more copies and you make the same revenue. And that's why, if I would have to take a rough guess, if the Fenix was a P3D add-on, it would probably cost the same as the FS Labs or the PMDG aircraft in P3D, because the customer base was just so much smaller. So the argument, the Fenix is so much cheaper, that's why we have to accept certain things are wrong. That one, in my opinion, doesn't count, because yes, it's cheaper, but the overall revenue is probably going to be much bigger. And that would be an acceptable point to leave it at that. But for as long as the developers are suggesting with their adverts that it's actually up to the same level, then I'm measuring it against that same level. And the pricing just has to be ignored, in my opinion, because the customer base, the potential customer base, is so much larger in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, then moving on to the next part of that post. So the poster said that it looked like that a couple of the things that went wrong were actually being caused by myself, by not operating it correctly. And yes, that is absolutely right. As I pointed out in the video description, it was my very first time actually flying the airplane. The only thing I did prior to yesterday's flight was a simple traffic pattern without any preparation, any FMS entries and nothing. So yeah, of course I did some user mistakes, and those definitely showed. But I think, or at least I hope, that the critique I voiced yesterday was actually based on how the airplane reacted to what I did right, and not to the stuff I did wrong. Of course, the shit in, shit out principle applies, and I'm very sure that on some of the things that didn't quite go well yesterday, as well as today, that some of those things were definitely my fault. There's no doubt about that. So another comment was that regarding the sounds, which I critiqued yesterday and today as well, that some of those sounds, for some of those sounds I would only have considered how they sound inside the flight deck and not on the outside model. And that if I would have taken the outside model into account, if I only would have opened the window, I would have gotten a totally different impression. Now, I can't comment on the outside sounds of the Fenix A320 because I don't really care about them. I'm seeing things from a pilot's perspective in the simulator, and that's why, for me, what counts is how the airplane sounds in the office, where you spend like 90-point-something% of the time flying the airplane. So that's definitely something, that's definitely for me not an argument like I say the interior sounds are not that good but the exterior sounds are that good, so overall the sound has to be good. No, in my opinion, the interior sounds is what matters the most. The rest of them is nice to see from, or nice to hear from time to time, yes, but it's not what you spend the vast majority of your time with. So, in my opinion, the flight deck sounds are so much more important than the outside sounds. Alright, going a little bit further, the comment then said that the user had the impression that I did not really... that I did not really get into the product before doing the stream, and no, I absolutely didn't. It was the first impression. Alright, so, with all of that said, let me finally take the chance to have a look into what you guys are saying in the comments down there and try to answer some of your comments. So Column is saying, yeah, the best of both worlds. That's probably referring to my comparison between the Aerosoft and the FS Labs. The best of both worlds in a visually stunning simulator. Airbus is always going to be a bit boring. Can't expect anything groundbreaking. Yeah, Column. That's probably exactly it. I mean, the FS Labs combines the good visuals that the Aerosoft had with most of the good systems that the FS Labs had. And that's actually pretty good. Now, that it seemed a little bit boring to me, yeah, that's probably, again, just as you say, kind of to be expected, because, well, if the Airbus is doing everything right, then I don't have to do a lot. So Captain McGee is saying, for an Airbus it works. The PMDG 737 it works as a Boeing. I'm glad to have both aircraft simulations. I fully agree with you. I couldn't agree any more with you. Then Michael is saying, it's all relative to the individual. Myself, I don't mind Airbus. I just personally need and want more of an immersive experience while flying than what the Airbus provides. Just his opinion. Yeah, the immersion is certainly still something that can use a little improvement in the Fenix, especially when you have flown the FS Labs before for such a long time. Then, yeah, they can certainly do a little bit more work on that. But I think / hope that they are doing that. Another comment from Column there. Refreshing to hear that, honestly. Too many pilot streamers telling everybody that these things are real. Yeah, that's exactly my thing. When I did my review on the PMDG 737 and I talked about the flight dynamics, that's something where I really had problems with, and where it was really hard for me to actually give some feedback there, because with those joysticks that we all are using, even with the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke that I'm using, it's still absolutely not the same as the real airplane. Even the full flight simulator, the one for 20 million euros, is not the same as the real airplane. So how could I possibly say that it flies like the real thing when I don't even have the same input and feedback as the real thing? So it's something that I personally could hardly say. Like in my review, I then tried to focus on some numbers and some general handling characteristics, but the real pilot saying that the airplane flies 100% like the real thing, I can't follow on that, because in my opinion that's just something that you can't tell unless you're using the very same software in a full flight simulator. Then maybe you're able to make a statement like that. So Laurent is saying, we should not forget that nobody can be 100% unbiased even if they think they are. And yeah, you're absolutely right with that. I myself am definitely biased by my background in flight simulation for the past 12-13 years-ish. And what I can't say is that I am not biased by the fact that I've worked with PMDG on the 737. So that might have an influence that I'm not aware of. That might make me think certain things are better or worse in the PMDG than I would if I did not have that background. I'm trying my very best to skip over that when I'm doing these videos. But it's certainly not going to be possible 100%. So Captain McG is saying, would I be able to read the new Fenix update changelog and see what I think was changed that I saw as an issue in my tests? I will do that, but I have actually searched for that changelog for a short while and didn't find it yet, so I'm going to do that for my next video. So Michael John is saying, thanks Captain, I like how honest you've been with this. I actually thought you were very unbiased in your 737 review too. Objectivity is important when giving your opinion on a platform like YouTube. I do absolutely agree with that. Yeah, I'm trying to be as honest as possible, and I'm not trying to go the way that some streamers are going. Now, I'm not pointing at anyone, don't get me wrong. I'm not pointing at anyone, not at all. And I really mean that, that's not sarcastic. Really, it's not. But I have a feeling that some streamers are, or not just streamers, that some YouTubers as well, not just real pilots, also people just doing it with the video game background. They are often saying that everything's great and everything's perfect because it's sort of part of a business model. To give you some examples, on yesterday's live stream I've had like 200 to 300 viewers at the same time, mostly throughout the stream. And today it's mostly been something between 70 and 100 at maximum, usually between 70 and 90. And that's probably because I've been rather open with my critique. People don't like that. Even YouTube itself is telling its creators, like, just tell the community how great things are. Don't tell them if you don't like something, because it kills the good vibes. And those good vibes is probably what's keeping some of the viewers. But to be perfectly honest with you, I don't want to go that road. I want to keep the honest road. I want to keep you my honest opinion about these things. And I can see a few cases, again I'm not going to give names, where some real-life pilots, not necessarily A320 pilots, again I'm not exclusively talking about the Fenix here. In fact, with the examples I'm having in my head right now, I'm not talking about the Fenix at all. But there are some cases where some real-life pilots just threw all possible critique out of the window and just went, this is all excellent and this is perfect, in cases where it most definitely wasn't. So, someone is saying, is the program software Fenix uses also used in level D simulators? As far as I know, it's not certified for that. It's mainly a software programmed for home cockpit builders and entertainment cockpit builders. As far as I know, this is not a professional software suite used in any sort of certified simulators for flight training. But I might be mistaken, so if you know better, please point it out. Stefan is saying, maybe you could name some of these inaccuracies between simulator and real aircraft in the 737, or even make a video about it. I mentioned LNAV, for example. Yeah, LNAV is one of them. Then we have the VNAV model, which is basically taken from the 777 and 747. And right when the 737 beta started, I started looking for other 737 pilots who are flying for different operators, trying to find out if anybody of them actually got a VNAV installed that works the way the PMDG does. And I couldn't find any. Any of them I talked to had VNAV working different than in the PMDG. And PMDG themselves say, no, we've got the technical documents, it works like this. So I trust them that there is some 737 configuration available where the VNAV works like it does in the PMDG. But at least for my operator, as well as I've talked to pilots from all of the 5 world's biggest 737 operators, it's not working like this. It follows a different logic. So that's something quite severe in my opinion. Then if we move on to the flight management system, the PMDG is based on, if I'm not totally mistaken, U10.6. That's like, what, a 15-year-old system? In modern 737s there is some vast changes, like you have the Route 2 functionality. Then of course many of the data link things are just working different. So there's just, you know, there is some really big differences. Now, I absolutely trust PMDG when they say, no, we've did our research on an aircraft and we have that aircraft in mind, and that particular aircraft worked like that. I absolutely trust them with that. But we still have to keep in mind that we just still have to keep in mind that in my opinion, the software should reflect what most 737s look like. And Column is just saying in the comments, did they not say themselves that the FMS software is a hash of various versions? Yeah, it is, but it's based on the 10.6 as far as I'm aware. And then whenever I made, or others made bug reports, then they added some new features in, but it's still mostly a 10.6. One difference, for example, is the cost index tables that's been updated for 10.8 onwards. And just to give you an example, we're currently at 14.1 in the real aircraft. But the new cost index tables, for example, so cost index 6 is going to give you 245, actually 246 in the PMDG, which is a bug. It should be 245, but they can't fix it. And as far as I know, PMDG does not plan a major update on the 737 FMS software. As far as I know. I might not be 100% informed on that. So, then let's go on with some of the other comments. Moshi Bergman here is saying, I thought they list that it can be used for recurrent training. Quote, devices equipped with our type-specific software used for type ratings, recurrent training, MPL and MCC. Quote end. So, comments like this have always to be seen in a pretty, well, ask yourself what's included in this. Let's start. Devices equipped with our type-specific software are used for type ratings. Okay, but in which stage are they used for the type ratings? Are they used in the full flight simulator stage? Or are they maybe just used in the very beginnings, just to give you a rough idea of the aircraft? I know that one German airline that is bankrupt by now has used the Aerosoft A320 in the type rating. In the very beginning, where other schools typically would use a paper mock-up of the flight deck to give people an idea of where things are. So it might, and I'm saying might because I don't know, but I'm just saying, if you read a comment like our stuff is being used in a type rating, then that doesn't necessarily mean that it's being used in the very end, where you require the most complex and most definitely most highly certified system simulators. It might also just be used in the very beginning to give people a general idea of the aircraft. So just be aware of that. I'm not saying that it must mean that in this case, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. Then it's also being used for recurrent training, MPL and MCC. So recurrent training, again, it depends on what it's being used for. For example, it might just be used for an instructor creating screenshots to show to his trainees and asking them like, oh, right, you see these indications, what's probably going on here. That might just be the case. Again, I don't know if it might actually be used for something further. It might. And I'm not saying that it's not. But it might also mean something like this, like an instructor just taking some screenshots of it. And it being used for MPL and MCC training, yeah, the requirements for MCC training are not very high. The simulator I did my MCC training on was also a very, very, very basic 737 simulator that didn't even have an FMC, despite it reflecting a 737-500. So, you know, this type of training, MPL and MCC training, mostly where it comes to the multi-crew cooperation part, that doesn't require a high-fidelity system simulator, because it's about teaching SOPs and teaching how humans should work with each other. It doesn't require a high-fidelity systems simulation for that. Once again, I am absolutely not saying that it might not be used for any such training. It might. But I'm just saying that just because it says something like that on a website, we don't immediately have to think that it's 100% and perfect. So 777 Bob is saying that with my earlier comments, that is admitting that the new 737 for MSFS is still the old code from the FS9 737. I wouldn't quite see it like that, because a lot of changes have been done. Of course, the code base is based on the same software versions and on the same... I don't want to say the same code, but it's, you know, on the same basis, of course. But there has been a really high amount of changes done, especially to the systems. So, of course, it is somehow based on the same old code, but that old code has been improved so much that I would hardly still call it the old code, if you know what I mean. So the number of changes is huge. And that basically makes it more or less a new version to me. So someone's saying, well, if PMDG is going to make the MAX, I'm guessing they will have to update the FMC. I surely hope so. But I don't know if they will, because as explained, as a tech team member, I'm basically getting the software from them. They say like, here, this is what we've done, tell us your opinion on it. And then I'm telling them, okay, yours is doing this and that, but the reel is doing it slightly different. The reel is doing it like this. Maybe I'm showing them a video of it, how the real airplane is doing it. Well, a video that I've recorded myself, of course. So one where we know all the environmental conditions, unlike if a user just picks a random YouTube video where he doesn't know any of the exact conditions. But then I'm telling them here, this is how it should be done. Then they do it, or rather then they update it, and on the next version I'm testing again, like, is it now working how it's supposed to work? And I've also had a couple of very lengthy Skype calls with some of the developers, going over systems, explaining them, and stuff like that. So that's the kind of stuff I do as a tech team member for PMDG, and that is not actually being part of any of the company structure of PMDG. So I'm not involved in any deep company secrets, like what their release plans might be for further aircraft or stuff. So Ricardo is saying, another company that uses the PMDG for initial stages as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because it is very, very good to give people a general idea of what the aircraft looks like. It gives you a general idea of how the Boeing FMC works like. You can see it in action. That's worth 1,000 times more than just learning about it, than just reading about it in the AFCOM and just imagining it. So that's what you can use these things for in a type rating, and that's what they are very, very useful for. To give you that basic systems understanding. and the chance to play around with without sitting in a simulator that costs $1,000 an hour. So, Captain McG is saying nothing is perfect, as I have said before. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think that's a very good point where we can actually close this stream right now. Because, as you say, nothing's perfect. Now, I've spent the last 20 minutes, if not even longer, talking about, let's call it negativity, about stuff that's not so good. So let's actually close the stream with the good stuff. So, if I'm forgetting about any of the adverts and any of the hype and any of the comments I've read in other forums like the Fenix can do this and that, why can't you? Then, if I'm forgetting about all that for a moment, then the Fenix is an aircraft with a very good system simulation for sure. And with very good visuals, even though there are some things with the visuals that I feel can be improved, but still, very good visuals. The soundscape can use improvement, no doubt about that. And finally, the external model is also looking really good. The flight model, I'll leave that to the real Airbus pilots to comment on. I pointed out yesterday already that I think there are a couple things that can be done better. In the engine model, that's the case for sure, because I'm also flying CFM56 engines on my real airplane, so I know more or less how they are behaving. The Airbus might be doing some small changes with the Airbus FADIC being different to the Boeing EEC, no doubt about that. But overall, I tend to say that at least some basic stuff, and I'm not only talking about the fuel flow, but also about the spool rates and the engine spool behavior and stuff like that. That's stuff that can still use some improvement. However, we're still talking about a version 1.0 of the release, and I've done 3 flights so far. When I've done 20 flights, we're going to talk about that again. And I'm going to promise you that by then I will probably have started changing my mind as well. So, I'll finish quoting a column here. Yep, nobody expects it perfect. Let's just appreciate that we have such good representations that we can pick through the faults of both PMDG and Fenix are awesome for almost all users. I fully agree, column. And with that, thank you very much everyone for joining today's stream. I hope that you've enjoyed it, and I'm wishing you all a great weekend and looking forward to welcome you again on a future video. Until then, thank you very much, and stay healthy.